210 మల్టిపుల్స్ అన్నీ కూడా 6 తోను 7 తోను 15 తోను మల్టిపుల్ అవుతుంది. ఆల్రైట్, సో 210 మల్టిపుల్స్ ఏమవుతుంది ఇక్కడ, లెట్స్ సీ, ఇట్స్ లైక్ 420, am I right? And then 630 probably, and then 840. So ఈ 4 numbers 6, 7, 15 చేత డివైడ్ అవుతున్నాయి. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం 1 నుండి 1000కి మధ్యలో ఉన్న నెంబర్స్ ఇవే. సో ఆన్సర్ ఇస్ 4. ఆ 4 నెంబర్స్ ఏవేవి అని చెక్ చేస్తే 210, 420, 630 and then 840. So final answer is going to be 4. Alright, let's see the next question. 3 bells in a temple toll at the interval of 48 seconds, 72 seconds and 108 seconds individually. So 3 bells ఉన్నాయి. ఆ 3 bells ఎలా మోగుతుందంటే, ఫస్ట్ బెల్ ప్రతి 48 సెకండ్స్కి ఒకసారి మోగుతుంది. అండ్ దెన్ సెకండ్ బెల్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 72 సెకండ్స్కి ఒకసారి ఇంకొక బెల్ మోగుతుంది. అండ్ 108 సెకండ్స్కి ఒకసారి థర్డ్ బెల్ మోగుతుంది. టోల్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ మోగడం. ఓకే, ఫుల్ స్టాప్. ఇఫ్ దే హ్యావ్ టోల్డ్ టుగెదర్ అట్ 6 AM, సో పొద్దున్న 6 o'clock ఇవన్నీ కలిపి ఫస్ట్ టైం మోగుతుంది. అండ్ దెన్ వాట్ టైమ్ విల్ ద టోల్ టుగెదర్ ఆఫ్టర్ 6 PM? I mean 6 AM. Alright, so how we're going to deal with this? It is so simple. This question, indirectly or directly, it says, it is asking us, the question is all about the LCM once again. So we just have to do the LCM. ఎందుకు LCM కనెక్ట్ చేయాలి అని నేను మీకు ఇప్పుడు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తాను. సో సింపుల్. సో ఫస్ట్ బెల్ 48 సెకండ్స్కిను, సెకండ్ బెల్ 72 సెకండ్స్కిను, థర్డ్ బెల్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 108 సెకండ్స్కిను మోగుతుంది. ఆల్రైట్, సో 48 సెకండ్స్ తర్వాత ఫస్ట్ బెల్, 72 సెకండ్స్ తర్వాత సెకండ్ బెల్, 108 సెకండ్స్ తర్వాత థర్డ్ బెల్ మోగుతుంది. సో ఇవన్నీ ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా ఏ టైంకి ఫస్ట్ మార్నింగ్ మోగింది అంటే 6 AM మోగింది. ఈ తర్వాత మళ్ళీ ఎప్పుడు మోగాలి అంటే, సో వీటి యొక్క కామన్ అరైవల్ పాయింట్ ఎప్పుడు అని అడుగుతున్నారు, విచ్ వీ కెన్ ఫైండ్ అవుట్, విచ్ వీ కెన్ డిరైవ్ ఇట్ యూజింగ్ ది LCM. లెట్స్ టాక్ అబౌట్ ద ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఫస్ట్. సో నేను దీన్ని ఫ్యాక్టరైజ్ చేస్తాను, విచ్ ఇస్ 2, 48 and 24. సో 2 it is 12, and then 2 it is 6, and then 2 probably 3. So 2 2s are 4, 4 2s are 8, 8 2s are 16, 16 3s are 48. Am I right? So it can be written as 2 power 4 into 3. Done. Now let's talk about 72. It's 2, 36, 2, 18, 2, 9, 3, 3. So which can be written as 2 power 3 into 2, 3 power 2. Now let's talk about 108. So this is 2, it's a 54, and then 2, which is 27 probably, and then 3, 9, 3 power 3. 2 power 2 into 3 power 3. So these are the factors. Now, so ఉన్న prime factors అని నేను నోట్ చేసుకుంటే 2 into 3 అనేది ఉన్న factors, prime factors. Now highest power of 2 మీరు చూసినట్లయితే probably 4 ఇక్కడ, and highest power of 3 చూసినట్లయితే it's going to be 3. Am I right? Highest power of 2 తీసుకున్నాను, highest power of 3 కన్సిడర్ చేసుకున్నాను. That's how we do the LCM. Now, so 2 power 4 is probably 2 2s are 4, 2 2s are 4, 4 2s are 8, 8 2s are 16, and 3 power 3 is so simple. 3 3s are 9, and 9 3s are, it's like 27. 16 into 27. So just a small multiplication, 16 into 27. So 7 6 it is 42. 7 6 are 42, and 7 1s are 7. It's 11. Now 2 6 are 12, and then 2 1s it is 2. So 2 1s 2 plus 2, it's like 4. Alright, so 2 probably this is 7, and then it is 5. So 570 2 seconds తర్వాత మళ్ళీ ఇవి మోగుతుంది. ఓకే, సో 572 seconds. Now you need to understand, probably this is in terms of seconds, but we have to convert this into what? We are supposed to convert this into minutes. Am I right? So seconds lo kaadu, we have to convert this into minutes. So idi naku minutes lo kavali ante, I just calculate just 60, and then 572, then probably it's like 7, which is 6 7s are 42, and then probably 8, 6 9s, 6 9s, which is 540, and probably 32. So which is 9 minutes. Now just have a look at this. There is a if you understand second, so probably it's like let's repeat. So let's like 2 power 4 into 3, and then 2 power 3 into 3 power 2 and then 2 power 2 into 3 power 3. So probably 2 power 4 and 3 power 3 is the final answer. In such case, 2 power 4 is probably 16 and then 3 power 3. So 3 3 are 9 and 3 are 27. Let's do the calculation properly this time. So there's a small mismatch. So 7 6 it is, 7 6 it is 42 and 7 1s it is 7 and then probably 4 it is 1 1 2. Alright, now it's like 2 6 it is 12. 2 into 6 it is 12. Next 2 12 it is 2 6 it is 12 and 2 1s 2 probably 1 it is 3. Yes, exactly, this is how it works. And then 2, so hang on, I'm going to rub this for my calculation part. Yes, right, now it is right, we are getting the calculation right. So probably we are getting 2 here, just make it 2 and then probably adding 3 and then here it is 432. Alright, 432 is actual, it's like seconds. So 6 o'clock morning 6 o'clock ఈ 3 bells మోగుతున్నాయి at a time. Now మీరు LCM తీసుకున్నట్లయితే the LCM here is 432. Alright, not 500, it's like 432. So 432 seconds తర్వాత మళ్ళీ మోగుతున్నాయి. But try to understand, I'm not expecting seconds here, I just want to put it in time. Alright, time కావాలంటే సెకండ్స్లో కాకుండా మనం మినిట్స్లో కన్వర్ట్ చేసుకున్నట్లయితే it will be easy for us to derive the answer. నా ఈ 432 seconds అనేది నాకు మినిట్స్లో కావాలి అన్నప్పుడు నేను ఏం చేస్తాను, సో లైక్ 432 divisible by 60, probably 6 7s 42 420, right, 12. Am I right? Fantastic. Now ఈ 432 seconds అనేది నేను ఎలా రాసుకోవచ్చు అంటే 7 minutes quotient కాబట్టి minutes and then it is 12 seconds. I repeat, 7 minutes and 12 seconds. So 6 o'clock ఇవన్నీ ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా మోగితే ఆ తర్వాత మళ్ళీ ఎప్పుడు మోగుతుంది, 6 AM తర్వాత మళ్ళీ ఎప్పుడు మోగుతుంది అంటే 06 ఇలా రాసుకుందాం, 06:07 12 seconds AMకి ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా మళ్ళీ మోగుతుంది. అంటే ఆఫ్టర్ 7 minutes 12 seconds all the 3 told together. 7 minutes 12 seconds తర్వాత all the 3 told together. So the answer is going to be 6 o'clock, 6 7 12, 6 o'clock 7 minutes 12 seconds ki mogutundi, right? I understand. Let's see the next question. Which is the least possible number which is the least possible number which when divided by 24 32 or 42 in each case it leaves the remainder 5. All right, what does it mean? See, once again, least possible number is probably no LCM, least common multiple only. What is the least possible number with which when divided by 24 and 32 and 42 in each case it leaves the remainder 5 అని చెప్తున్నారు. It is so simple. So 24 32 42, for example ఒక నెంబర్ ఉంది, ఆ నెంబర్ లెట్స్ సే ఎనీ నెంబర్, ఆ నెంబర్ 24 తోనో 32 తోనో అండ్ దెన్ 42 తోనో డివైడ్ అవుతుంది. డివైడ్ అయ్యేటప్పుడు 5 అనే రిమైండర్ మనకి ఇస్తుంది. సో ఆ నెంబర్ని ఎలా ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాలి? ఇట్ ఈస్ సో సింపుల్. సో first thing, LCM of what are the numbers given here? It is 22. So let's find out the LCM of 24 comma and then what's the number here? It is 32 and 42. So LCM of 24 32 and 42. So final ga, so 24 ఆ నెంబర్ని డివైడ్ చేసేటప్పుడు మీకు నెంబర్ రిమైండర్ ఏంటంటే 5 అనేది వస్తుంది. అండ్ దెన్ 32 అనేది ఆ పర్టికులర్ నెంబర్ని డివైడ్ చేసేటప్పుడు 5 రిమైండర్. అండ్ దెన్ 42 ఆ నెంబర్ని డివైడ్ చేసేటప్పుడు కూడా 5 కాబట్టి సో ఐఎమ్ జస్ట్ గోయింగ్ టు subtract that 5 in order to make it neutral. అంటే ఈసారి ఏమవుతుంది, మీకు 0 వస్తుంది ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా. సో ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్, సో LCM of 24 32 and 42. సో 24ని ఫ్యాక్టరైజ్ చేసినప్పుడు మీకు ఏమొస్తుంది, 2 ఇట్స్ లైక్ 12 and then 2 it is 6, 2 it is 3, so it is 2 power 3 into 3. Alright, now let's talk about 32. So 2 16 2 8 2 4 2 2. So this is easy, 2 power 5 and then here 42 it's like 2 21 3 7. Am I right? 2 21 3 7, which is 2 into 3 into 7. Fantastic. All right, now what is going to be the LCM? So LCM, it's like, see what are the factors here? 2 అనేది ఒక factor ఉంది, so 2 power 3 and then 2 3 7 are the factors. Guys, I repeat, 2 3 and 7 are the factors. Now 2 యొక్క highest power మీ చూసినట్లయితే 5. Am I right? 2 power 3 2 power 5 2 ఉంది, so it's like 2 power 5. And 3 యొక్క highest factor చూసినట్లయితే nothing here, just 1. And 7 యొక్క highest power చూసినట్లయితే it's just 1. So the LCM is going to be this. 2 power 5 into, which is 2 power 5 is obviously 32 into 3 into 7 is how much? 3 into 7 is 21. Now this is the LCM. So it like 2 is 3, 1 2 is 2, 1 3 is 3, and 2 2 is 4, 2 3 is 6. Probably 2 7 6. So 672 is the answer. And this is the LCM, not the final answer. So after multiplying this, 672. So LCM of, remember, LCM of 24, 32, 42 and 672. Now we need to subtract 5 from that. Am I right? So not exactly 5. It's like we need to add 5. All right. So we need to add 5 here. So 672 plus 5. Just because we are getting, so ప్రతిసారి ఏమవుతుందంటే 0 రాకూడదు. ప్రతిసారి ఏమవుతుంది, క్వశ్చన్ ఏమడుగుతున్నారంటే 24తోను 32తోను 42తోను డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు రిమైండర్ 5 రావాలి అంటున్నారు. బట్ ఈ ఎల్సిఎం అనేది ఏంటంటే ఈ 672 ఏంటిని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే, ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్, ఈ 24 672ని డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు వీ విల్ గెట్ రిమైండర్ 0. గైస్ కీప్ ఇట్ ఇన్ యువర్ మైండ్. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం ఈ 672ని 32 డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు కూడా విల్ గెట్ ద రిమైండర్ 0. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం ఈ 42 672ని డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు కూడా విల్ గెట్ ద రిమైండర్ 0. సో ఈ కేస్ ఏంటంటే ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ లీస్ట్ కామన్ నంబర్ అనేది ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేసాం. బట్ మనకేంటి, ప్రతి కేసులోనూ రిమైండర్ అనేది 5 రావాలి అంటున్నారు. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ ఈ 672తో ఈ 3 నెంబర్స్ డివైడ్ చేసా, ఈ ఏ నెంబర్ కానీ డివైడ్ చేసినా రిమైండర్ 0 వస్తుంది. బట్ వీ నీడ్ 5 as a reminder, hence I'm going to add that 5, that's it. So which becomes 677. Now 677 is the least possible number. When divided by 24, 32, 42, it leaves a remainder 5. మీరు చెక్ చేసి చూడొచ్చు, 24ని 677ని 24తో డివైడ్ చేసి చూడండి, you'll get a remainder 5. At the same time 677ని 32తో డివైడ్ చేసి చూడండి, you'll get a remainder 5. At the same time 677ని 42తో డివైడ్ చేసి చూడండి, you'll get the remainder 5. I hope you understand. So a remainder 5 మిగులుతుంది కాబట్టి you just have to add 5 to the LCM of 24 and then 32 and then 42. Alright, let's see the next question. So what is the least possible number which when divided by 18, 35 or 42, it leaves the remainder 2, 19 and then 26 as the reminders respectively. What is the least possible number with which when divided by 18, 35, 42, it leaves the remainder 2. So మనకు ఒక లీస్ట్ పాసిబుల్ నెంబర్ ఉంది. ఆ లీస్ట్ పాసిబుల్ నెంబర్ అనేది, ఆ లీస్ట్ పాసిబుల్ నెంబర్ని 18తో డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు, వీఆర్ గెటింగ్ ఎ రిమైండర్ 2. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం ఆ నెంబర్ని 35తో డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు వీఆర్ గెటింగ్ ఎ రిమైండర్ 19. అదే నెంబర్ని 42తో డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు వీఆర్ గెటింగ్ ఎ రిమైండర్ 26. ఆల్రైట్, సో ఈ 3 పర్టికులర్ నెంబర్స్ ఒక కామన్ నెంబర్ని డివైడ్ చేసేటప్పుడు మీకు 2, 19, 26 అనేది రిమైండర్స్గా వస్తుంది. సో యూ నీడ్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ వాట్ ఇస్ దట్ నంబర్. సో 18, repeat the number, 18, 35 and then 42. 18, 35 and then 42. And what are the reminders? 2, 19, 26. Alright, ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూసినట్లయితే, so let's say we have a number. Alright, we have a number. So 18 అనేది ఈ నెంబర్ని డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు we are getting a reminder 2. And then 35 అనేది ఈ నెంబర్ని డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు we are getting the reminder 19. 42 అనేది ఈ నెంబర్ని డివైడ్ చేసేటప్పుడు we are getting a reminder 26. Now ఈ నెంబర్ ఏంటి అనేది క్వశ్చన్. ఓకే, ఇట్ ఈస్ సో సింపుల్. మీరు ఒకసారి 18 నుండి ఈ 2ని ఈ 2ని 18 నుండి సబ్ట్రాక్ట్ చేసినప్పుడైతే వీఆర్ గెటింగ్ వాట్ ఇస్ ద రిమైండర్. జస్ట్ చెక్ వాట్ ఇస్ ద నెంబర్, వాట్ ఇస్ ద డిఫరెన్స్. ఇట్ ఇస్ 36. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం ఈ 35ని 19ని డిఫరెన్స్ మీరు చెక్ చేసినప్పుడు విచ్ ఇస్ 16. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం 42కి 26కి మీరు డిఫరెన్స్ చూసినట్లయితే 16. ఆల్రైట్, సో ప్రతిసారి ఇక్కడ డిఫరెన్స్ ఎంత వస్తుందంటే ఇట్ ఇస్ 16. సో ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్ ఫర్ us. సో LCM ఆఫ్ 18, 35 and 42. సో ప్రతిసారి మనకు డిఫరెన్స్ ఎంత వస్తుంది, 16 వస్తుంది కాబట్టి లెట్స్ సే వి విల్ సబ్ట్రాక్ట్ దిస్ 16 ఫ్రమ్ ద LCM. ఆల్రైట్, LCM ఆఫ్ 18, 35 and then 42. సో లెట్స్ సాల్వ్ ది కేస్. సో what is the LCM of 18, 35 and 42 అని చెక్ చేసి, let's talk about 18. like 2, it's 9, 3, 3. so it is like 2 into 3 power 2. and then let's factorize 35. so 35 మీరు factorize చేస్తే, so probably it's like 5 and then 5, it is 7, which is 5 into 7 and then probably 42 మీరు factorize చేస్తాం 2, it's like 21, 3, 7. so 2 into 3 into 7. గుడ్. నా మీరు ప్రైమ్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఏంటి అనేది కామన్ మీరు చెక్ చేసినట్లయితే వీ హ్యావ్ 2, we have 3, and we have 5, we have 7. Am I right? 2, 3, 5, 7. 2, 3, 5, 7, 2, 3, 7. Right. We have 2, 3, and 5, and 7 all the cases. Let's see what is the highest power of 2. See, highest power of 2 is obviously 1, and highest power of 3 is 2, and then highest power of 5, we have only 1 5, and highest power of 7, we have only 1 7. So this is going to be the LCM, which is 2 3s are 6, and then 5 7s are 35. All right. So 2 3s are 6. I mean, here it is 2 into 3. I repeat, so 2 into, it's like 3 square. In such case, it's like, 2 into 9 into 5 into 7. All right. So 3 square, 3 యొక్క highest power మీ చూసినట్లయితే 2. So it is 2 into 3 square into 5 into 7. Now 2 into 9, it is 18 into 5 7s, it is 35. So 18 into 35 మీ చేసినట్లయితే you're going to get the final answer. So 5 8s, it is 40. 5 8 40, 5 1s 5, which is 4. So 9. Next is like 3 8s 24, 3 8s 24, and 3 1s 3 plus 2, it is 5. All right, 18 3s 0, and then what is this? 9 plus 13, and then it is 630. All right, so now this 630 subtract 16, you need to subtract 16 in order to get the answer, probably, which is nothing but 614. All right, understand? So these are, bit complex problems when it comes to LCM and HCF. So easy problems kuda unnai, tougher problems unnai. All right, so you need to practice a lot. So when it comes to numbers, HCF, LCM, and number series, ilanti type of questions ela ante ee particular question e vastundi. Last year ee question paper adigaru, last year Infosys lo ee particular question adigaru, 2 years mundu TCS lo ee question adigaru అని చెప్పి exact గా question based చేసుకొని మనం learning అనేది కష్టం. So you need to understand the concept, you need to understand the process, how LCM works. As I told you, either you can go with the factorization method, మీరు ఇలా చేసుకున్నా ఓకే, లేదు combined factorization method లో LCM తీసినా ఓకే. However the way you're comfortable, you can proceed, no worries at all. All right, so if you have any questions or doubts, please post in the comment section. Thank you so much. Hello everyone, good morning. Welcome to Aptitude Foundation course presented by APSSTC. So today we are going to discuss calendars. What does mean by the calendar and how we are going to solve the questions under the calendars. See, today I'm going to teach you the best method. See, best method when it comes of problem solving. See, when it comes to problem solving, we have n different methods available. So చాలా మెథడ్స్ మనకున్నాయి క్యాలెండర్స్లో సాల్వ్ చేయడం, క్యాలెండర్ క్వశ్చన్స్ని సాల్వ్ చేయడానికి. బట్ నేను ఈరోజు మీకు చూసారంటే ఉన్న దాంట్లోనే షార్టెస్ట్ మెథడ్ అండ్ ఈజియెస్ట్ మెథడ్ మీకు నేను టీచ్ చేస్తాను. బట్ హియర్ యు ఆర్ సపోజ్ టు రిమెంబర్ సర్టెన్ థింగ్స్ బిఫోర్ యూ గెట్ ఇన్ టు ద ఎగ్జామినేషన్. మనం ఎగ్జామ్లో వెళ్ళి కొన్ని మెథడ్స్ని అక్కడ సాల్వ్ చేయడానికంటే కూడా కొన్ని ముందుగానే మనం గుర్తుపెట్టుకొని వెళితే అక్కడ సొల్యూషన్ పార్ట్ అనేది 15 to 20 seconds లోపల మనం ఆన్సర్ని తీసుకురావచ్చు. లెట్స్ సీ హౌ ఇట్ వర్క్స్. ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్, let's start with calendar. All right, how we are going to solve these questions. So first I'm going to tell you certain codes. So నేను మీకు కొన్ని కోడ్స్ నేను ఇప్పుడు చెప్తాను. ఈ కోడ్స్ ని మీరు బై హార్ట్ చేసుకోవడం బెటర్. All right, let's start with month codes. Let's start with month codes. So let's write one by one. January. So January, the code is 0. January, the code is 0. And February, the code is 3. Then March, the code is 3. And then April, the code is 6. And then May, code is 1. And then June, code is 4. So 0 3 3 6 1 4. And then let's go with July. The code for July month is 6. And then August, it is like 2. And then September, and the September it is 5. And then October, and then it is 0. For November it's going to be 3, and for December it's going to be 5. So I repeat the codes. ఈ కోడ్స్ మీరు ఏంటి అని చూసారు అంటే, సి క్యాలెండర్స్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ విత్ ఇన్ 15 to 20 seconds మీరు ఆన్సర్ తీసుకురావాలంటే ఈ పర్టికులర్ కోడ్స్ అనేది మనం ఫాలో అవ్వాలి. సో వీ హ్యావ్ టు రిమెంబర్ 3 different కోడ్స్. ఫస్ట్ ఏంటంటే మంత్ కోడ్స్. ఈ మంత్ యొక్క కరస్పాండింగ్ కోడ్స్ అనేది మీరు గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలి. అండ్ దెన్ మీరు చూసినట్టయితే సెంచురీ కోడ్స్, ఇయర్స్కి మనం కొన్ని గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలి. అండ్ దెన్ డే కోడ్స్. సో 3 different కోడ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. సో దీస్ ఆర్ ద కోడ్స్ ఫర్ ద మంత్, రెస్పెక్టివ్ మంత్. సో Jan it is 0, February it is 3, March it is 3, April it is 6, May it is 1, June it is 4, July it is 6, August it is 2, September it is 5, October it is 0, and November it is 3, December it is 5. So these are the corresponding codes for the respective months. Alright, now let's talk about century codes. Let's talk about century codes. Okay, century, what does mean by a century? Century is nothing but 100 years. 10 years ni manam decade అని పిలుస్తాం. 10 years అంటే decade. 100 years అంటే we call it as century, and 1000 years అంటే we call it as a millennium. Alright, now century codes మీరు చూసినట్టయితే let's start with 1900 to 1999. So 1900 to 1999, so obviously 100 years, 1 century, and here the code is obviously 0. Alright, now next మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 2000 to 2099. Here the code is 6, and then 2100 to 2199. For this 100 years it is 4, and then 2200 to 2299, and the code is 2. I repeat this: 1900 to 1999 the code is 0, 2000 to 2099 the code is 6, 2100 to 2199 code is 4, 2200 to 2299 the code is 2. Alright, and then ఈ కోడ్స్ ఎలా వర్క్ అవుతుందని మనం చూసినట్లయితే, సో ఇట్ ఇస్ లూప్లో వర్క్ అవుతుంది, ఐటరేషన్. ఇన్ ద సెన్స్, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, ఎందుకు ఈ పర్టికులర్ 4 centuries మాత్రమే ఇచ్చాను అంటే ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. సి మీ క్వశ్చన్స్ ఎగ్జామినేషన్స్లో మీకు మెజారిటీ ఆఫ్ ద క్వశ్చన్స్, 90% ఆఫ్ ద క్వశ్చన్స్ ఈ పర్టికులర్ 4 centuries నుంచి అడుగుతారు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ వీటి నుంచి, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 1732 అంటే ఇయర్ 1732కి కోడ్ ఏమొస్తుందంటే ఇక్కడ నేను రాయలేదు, బట్ ఎలా దాన్ని మనం ఫెచ్ చేసుకోవాలి ఎగ్జామినేషన్ అంటే ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. జస్ట్ హ్యావ్ ఎ లుక్ అట్ దిస్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఈ పర్టికులర్ 4 centuries నేను మెన్షన్ చేశాను కదా. లెట్స్ సే దీని వెనుకో ముందో అడిగితే, తర్వాత అడిగితే ఎలా చేయాలి? ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 1700, లెట్స్ సే ఇయర్ 1732 అనే ఇయర్కి ఎలా చేయాలి? ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. నా 1800 టు 1899కి ఎలా ఉంటుంది? అండ్ దెన్ 1700 టు 1799 ఎలా ఉంటుంది? అండ్ దెన్ 1600 టు 1699 ఎలా ఉంటుంది? 1500 టు 1599 కోడ్ ఏంటి? సేమ్ అప్లికబుల్ హియర్ యాజ్ వెల్. 2300 నుండి 2399కి వాట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి ద కోడ్? అండ్ దెన్ 2400 టు 2499 వాట్స్ ద కోడ్? అండ్ దెన్ 2500 టు 2599 వాట్స్ ద కోడ్? అండ్ దెన్ 2600 టు 2699 కోడ్ ఏంటి అంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ సో సింపుల్. మనకు ఉన్న డేటా నుండి మనం ఫెచ్ చేసుకుంటే సరిపోతుంది. లెట్స్ సే 1900 టు 1999 నేను మీకు కోడ్ ఏం చెప్పాను? 0, and here it is 6, and then 4, and then 2. It is so simple. ఈ 0642 అనేది రిపీట్ అవుతూ వస్తుంది. అంటే 0642, and then here it is 0642, and then once again 0642. ఇది ఒక ఐటరేషన్లో రన్ అవుతుంది. ఇట్ డజంట్ మీన్ ఫస్ట్ సెంచురీ 0తో స్టార్ట్ అవుతుందని చెప్పట్లేదు. ఇది ఇలాగే వెళ్తే మీకు రివర్స్లో ఫస్ట్ సెంచురీ 0తో స్టార్ట్ అవ్వదు, బట్ ఇక్కడ పర్టికులర్లీ ఈ పర్టికులర్ 4 centuriesకి 0642. సో ఈ తర్వాత కూడా 0642. అండ్ దెన్ ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మీకు ఇప్పుడు 2700కి కావాలి. 2700 టు 2799 ఇట్ ఈస్ వన్స్ అగైన్ 0. ఐ హోప్ యూ అండర్స్టాండ్ హౌ దిస్ వర్క్స్. 0642 అని ఇలా ముందుకు కానీ మీరు వెనక్కి వెళ్ళినా సేమ్ హియర్ 0642 అంటే 1500 to 1599 ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 0, 1600 to 1699 ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 6, 1700 to 1799 ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 4, అండ్ దెన్ 1800 to 1899 ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 2. ఆల్రైట్, సో అట్ ప్రెసెంట్ మనం ఈ పర్టికులర్ సెంచురీలో ఉన్నాం అంటే 21st century. సో 2000 to 2099. సో ఈ పర్టికులర్ సెంచురీలో మీ కోడ్ చూసినట్లయితే 6. సో దిస్ ఇస్ ది ప్రెసెంట్. ఈ తర్వాత అడిగితే దీనికి తగ్గట్టు మీరు క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఆల్రైట్, సో దీస్ ఆర్ ద మంత్ కోడ్స్ అండ్ దీస్ ఆర్ ద సెంచురీ కోడ్స్. లెట్స్ సీ వాట్ ఆర్ ద డే కోడ్స్. అపార్ట్ ఫ్రమ్ దిస్ we need to remember the day codes as well. I hope you made a note of all these things. Now let's talk about day codes. So day codes మీరు చూసినట్లయితే so Monday it's obviously 1, and then Tuesday it is 2, and then Wednesday it is 3, then Thursday it is 4, and then Friday it is 5, and then Saturday it is 6. Sunday, guys, remember it is not 7, it is going to be 0. Manaki calendars lo ekkada kani 7 ane number radu ee particular day codes lo. So at any cost, Sunday is not 7, Sunday is 0. I have a reason for this. I'll let you know once we start working on the problems. So these are the day codes. I repeat, for Monday it is 1, for Tuesday it is 2, for Wednesday it is 3, for Thursday it is 4, for for Friday it is 5, for Saturday it is 6, for Sunday it is going to be 0. All right. So these are the codes which we need to remember. 033614625 035 anedi codes enti month ki, and then for 1900 to 1999 it's going to be 0. 2000 to 2099 it is going to be 6, 2100 to 2199 it is going to be 4, and then 2200 to 2299 it's going to be 2. And before and after we need to calculate it and do it accordingly. Majority of the questions particular years చూసినట్టయితే ఈ 4 centuries లోనే ఉంటుంది. ఒకవేళ లేకపోయినా we know how to go back and go forward. Am I right? Now, so how to solve the questions under calendars. So మీరు basic level లో మీరు చూసినట్లయితే first thing, see, it is going to be what was the day on, or what was the day of the week అని మీకు question start అవుతుంది. I repeat, what was the day on or what was the day of the week and so and so particular date లో ఏ particular day అనేది. For example, let's start with the basic question. What was the day on 15 August 1947? I repeat, what was the day on 15 August 1947? So why I started with this question? So it's a like memorable day in our history. It's obviously Independence Day. 15th August 1947 anedi our independence, the first time when we got the independence. So idu andariki telusu, it's a basic general knowledge question. 15th August 1947 is nothing but Friday. Our particular day, our particular date lo ఏ డే వచ్చిందంటే it was actually Friday. All right, but దీన్ని మనం ఎలా క్యాల్కులేట్ చేయాలి, ఈ పర్టికులర్ కోడ్స్ యూస్ చేసి మనం దీన్ని ఆన్సర్ ఎలా తీసుకురావాలి విత్ ఇన్ 30 seconds is going to be the deal for us. All right, now in order to solve this kind of questions, I'm going to give you a procedure. It's not a formula, remember, it's just a procedure. ఈ ప్రొసీజర్ని మీరు ఫాలో అయ్యి జస్ట్ వాల్యూస్ని మీరు ఆ పర్టికులర్ ప్రొసీజర్లో సబ్స్టిట్యూట్ చేస్తే, ఒక నోటేషన్లా మనం ఒకటి ఫామ్ చేస్తాం మీరు ప్రొసీజర్లో, అది జస్ట్ ఆ నోటేషన్లో మీరు వాల్యూస్ని సబ్స్టిట్యూట్ చేసినట్లయితే you'll get the answer for this. All right, now let's see what is the procedure. What is the procedure? Just make a note. Okay, now let's start with one by one. Given date, guys, it's a kind of P by Q form, numerator by denominator lo rastunnanu. All right, so first numerator lo meer chusinattlaithe we have 5 things to be written here. We need to write 5 things here in the numerator, and denominator it's going to be one numeric value, so you need to adjust accordingly and write. So first thing here, it is given date. The first parameters, మీకు న్యూమరేటర్లో 5 parameters ఉంటుంది. ఫస్ట్ మీరు ఏం రాస్తారంటే గివన్ డేట్, am I right? And the second one, month code. Second parameter, first parameter, I'm just going to mark this first parameter, and the second parameter month code, and then the third parameter ఏంటంటే century code. First given date, month code, then century code, and then fourth one మీరు చూసినట్లయితే fourth parameter ఏంటి మీరు చూసినట్లయితే number of last two digits of the given year. Last 2 digits of the given year. And then what is the fifth parameter? It is so simple, number of 4 multiples in the last 2 digits, number of 4 multiples in the last 2 digits of the given year. I repeat the 5 parameters once again. First parameter given date, second parameter given month code, and then third parameter century code, fourth parameter last 2 digits of the given year, and the fifth parameter number of 4 multiples in the last 2 digits of the given year. Entire 5 parameters divided by 7. Entire 5 parameters is divided by 7. If you ask me 7, it is so simple. We have 7 days in a week. That's why it is 7. Alright, 5 parameters divided by 7. Now let's discuss one by one. What is meant by given date? Given date is nothing but the date which is given in the question. So మన question లో మనకి ఏం చేసాం? So 15 August 1947. This is for the date and the year month given. ఆల్రైట్. సో గివెన్ డేట్ అంటే ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్, ఇట్ ఇస్ 15. ఏ డేట్ అయితే మీరు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాలనుకుంటున్నారో అది 15. ఆల్రైట్. అండ్ దెన్ మంత్ కోడ్. See, month code, most probably we need to write our date format in this way, 15 August 1947. And just for you, it's a suggestion, guys. Whenever you write the date, so I can see most of the students, they write like 15/08/1947. This is the format we are using. So which is nothing but ఇది మీకు DDMMYY అనే ఫార్మాట్ లో మనం ఫాలో అవుతున్నాం. DDMMYY. All right, 1947 YYY or YYY. But make sure it is better if you write the date in such a way, just because see, most of the companies where we are working with is nothing but American companies. This is the format which is followed by the Britain people. Now American format ante meeku American format ante meeku em vachestundante once again MMDDYY. సో MMDDYY అనే ఫార్మాట్ కూడా ఇప్పుడు మీ కంప్యూటర్స్లో కొన్ని ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ డివైజెస్లో చూసారు అంటే MMDDYY ఉంది, whereas we follow DDMMYY. సో ఇన్ ఆర్డర్ టు అవాయిడ్ ద కాన్ఫ్లిక్ట్స్, ఇది MMDDYY లేకపోతే DDMMYY, ఈ పర్టికులర్ కాన్ఫ్లిక్ట్ని మీరు అవాయిడ్ చేయడానికి ఇట్ ఈస్ బెటర్ ఇఫ్ యూ రైట్ ద మంత్ విత్ 3 letters ఫస్ట్. లెట్స్ సే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇలా 15 ఇట్స్ నథింగ్ బట్ ద డేట్ అండ్ మంత్, ఇన్స్టెడ్ ఆఫ్ రైటింగ్ మంత్ నంబర్ 08, 07, 06 ని రాయడానికి బదులు ఇట్స్ బెటర్ ఇఫ్ యూ రైట్ August 1947. Alright, it's the best way to represent the date, 15 August 1947. Alright, so now this is what, and if I say month code, try to understand. For example, make exam lo ila 15/08/1947 is say in the month code, please don't write 08. This is just a month number. Alright, 08 another month number, don't do that. See, we know what is the month code అనేది నేను మీకు క్లియర్ గా చెప్పాను. Jan 6, Jan it is 0, for February it is 3, am I right? So 033614625 this is what the code. So August ki మీరు దాంట్లో మంత్ కోడ్ ఏంటి అని చెప్పి ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేసి ఆ మంత్ కోడ్ మాత్రమే ఇక్కడ రాయాలి. ప్లీజ్ డోంట్ రైట్ మంత్ నెంబర్. అండ్ సెంచరీ కోడ్, అండ్ ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. సెంచరీ కోడ్ 1900 నుంచి 1999 కి, 2000 నుండి 2099 కి, 2100 నుండి 2199 కి we know. So write the century code accordingly. And then the fourth parameter is last 2 digits of the given year. What are the last 2 digits of the given year? It is so simple, it is 47. సో మీకు ఇచ్చిన ఇయర్లో లాస్ట్ 2 digits మీరు నోట్ చేసుకుంటే సరిపోతుంది. అండ్ దెన్ ఫైనలీ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ 4 multiples ఇన్ ద లాస్ట్ 2 digits ఆఫ్ ద గివెన్ ఇయర్. సో ఈ లాస్ట్ 2 digits ఆఫ్ ద గివెన్ ఇయర్లో 4 multiples అంటే ఏంటి? సో సింపుల్. నౌ లెట్స్ టేక్ అ నంబర్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 15 అనే ఒక నెంబర్ తీసుకుందాం. ఈ 15 అనే నెంబర్లో 4 multiples ఎన్ని ఉన్నాయని నాకు తెలియాలి. 15 అనే ఒక నెంబర్లో 4 multiples. సో సింపుల్, ఐఎమ్ గోయింగ్ టు డివైడ్ దిస్ 15 యూజింగ్ 4. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ it is 4 3s are 12. Am I right? 4 3s are 12 and the remaining 3. So here the quotient is nothing but 4 multiples. For example, 15 లో ఎన్ని 4 multiples ఉంటాయి అంటే 15 లోపల 4 అనేది ఒక 4 multiple, 8 అనేది ఒక 4 multiple, 12 అనేది ఒక 4 multiple. మీరు 16 వెళ్ళిపోయారంటే అది 15 ఎక్సీడ్ అయిపోతుంది. సో మల్టిపుల్స్ అనేది ఆ పర్టికులర్ నెంబర్ లోపల ఉండేవి. సో 15 లోపల మీకు ఎన్ని 4 multiples ఉంటుందంటే 3 ఉంటుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు 45 అనే ఒక నెంబర్ తీసుకుందాం. ఈ 45 అనే నెంబర్లో 4 multiples ఎన్ని ఉంటాయని మీరు చెక్ చేసినట్లయితే సో సింపుల్, జస్ట్ డివైడెడ్ బై 4 అండ్ 4 11s are 44, రిమైండర్ ఇస్ 1. సో వాట్ డస్ ఇట్ మీన్? 45లో 4 multiples ఎన్ని ఉంటాయి అంటే 11 ఉంటుంది. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఈజీ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ అండ్ ఐడెంటిఫై 4 multiples in that particular number. Just divide it by 4 and just write down the quotient, which is nothing but the 4 multiples. Am I right? And the entire thing divided by 7. And then finally you'll get the answer. So let's see how this works. And remember the century codes, the day codes and the month codes and the procedure, whatever I said, you have to keep it all these things in your mind. Don't write anything on the paper during examination. See, I'm teaching you this method just because in order to get the answer within 30 seconds, 15 to 30 seconds లోపల ఆన్సర్ తీసుకురావాలి మీరు. అలా ఒక ఎందుకు అలా చెప్తున్నా అంటే see, we have certain questions in time, speed and distance and the probability, permutation, combination, ఇలాంటి పర్టికులర్ టాపిక్స్ లో మీరు చూసినట్లయితే sometimes we don't get the answer on time. We need more time to get it. Let's say calculations part ఎక్కువ ఉండేటప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందంటే 45 seconds అనేది మనం ఆన్ అన్ యావరేజ్ అనుకున్నాం. ఇనిషియల్ క్లాసెస్ నేను మీకు చెప్పినప్పుడు 45 seconds or 1 minute మీరు ఆన్సర్ తీసుకురావాలి. సో కొన్ని క్వశ్చన్స్ వేరాస్ 2 minutes 3 minutes పడుతుంది ఆన్సర్ తీసుకురావడానికి. అలాంటి క్వశ్చన్స్కి ఆ టైం మీరు ఎక్స్ట్రా స్పేర్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. అలాంటి క్వశ్చన్స్కి మీరు ఎక్స్ట్రా స్పేర్ చేయాలి అంటే ఈ క్యాలెండర్స్ క్వశ్చన్స్ అన్ని మీరు ఏం చేయాలంటే 30 secondsలో 15 secondsలో క్లోజ్ చేసినట్లయితే మనకు కొంచెం టైం సేవ్ అవుతుంది. ఆ టైం సేవ్ అయిన టైంని మనం వేరే టఫ్ అయిన టాపిక్స్కి క్వశ్చన్స్కి యూజ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. Now, so this particular procedure and the month codes and the day codes and the century codes, all you have to keep this in your mind. Now, this is just for your understanding. But examination lo ee particular aptitude question ni ఈ 30 సెకండ్స్లో తీసుకురావాలి అంటే ఈ కోర్స్ అని మీరు గుర్తుపెట్టుకొని జస్ట్ సబ్స్టిట్యూషన్ మాత్రం మీరు చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు ఐ వన్స్ అగైన్ కమ్ టు ద క్వశ్చన్. ద క్వశ్చన్ ఇస్ ఆల్ అబౌట్ what was the day on 15 August 1947. What was the day on 15 August 1947? So simple. Now I'm just going to write the procedure here. Procedure manku already telusu. I'm just going to substitute the values. First thing I said given date. Fantastic. Given date is 15. And then plus month code. So August, so I told you it is 033614625 we know August is the 8th month, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So the code for August is nothing but 2. Avuna? So it is 02 or 2, however the way you want. Plus century code. So it is so simple. I told you it is 1900 to 1999. The code is 0. Am I right? So go with 0. Code is 0. Plus now 1947 అన్నాను కదా. సో ఫర్ లాస్ట్ 2 digits ఏమవుతుంది 47 ప్లస్ అండ్ దెన్ వాట్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ 4 multiples in 47. 4 multiples in 47 మీరు ఏం చేస్తారు, జస్ట్ డివైడ్ 47 using 4. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ ఆబ్వియస్లీ 11s. am I right? So it is 11 and so it is 44 and then 3. So how many? 11 4 multiples. 11 4 multiples by 7. 11 4 multiples by 7. Now just add everything. 15 plus 2 it is 17 and 17 plus 47 64. 64 plus 11 which is 75. So 75 by 7. And so this is the final answer what you have got. And guys please don't cancel here. దీన్ని క్యాన్సల్ చేయొద్దండి. ఓకే, క్యాన్సలేషన్ అంటే 7 1s are 7. See ఇది మీరు క్యాన్సల్ చేసినట్లయితే 7 1 7 7.7. ప్లీజ్ డోంట్ డూ క్యాన్సల్ హియర్. డూ ద డివిజన్ అండ్ జస్ట్ ఫైండ్ అవుట్ ద రిమైండర్. సో డివిజన్ హియర్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్, సో 75ని మీరు 7తో డివైడ్ చేసినట్లయితే ఇట్ ఈస్ 7 10s 70 and what is the remainder? 5. So remainder is 5. I just need the remainder here which is 5. So in the brackets just write down it's a remainder. So this symbol indicates, it says that we haven't done any kind of cancellation here. See మనం ఏం చేసామంటే 75ని 7తో డివైడ్ చేసాం అండ్ రిమైండర్ రాసాం ఇక్కడ, అండ్ డివిజన్ చేసి రిమైండర్ రాసాము అని తెలియడానికి మీరు జస్ట్ ఆర్ అనే సింబల్ నోట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ప్లీజ్ డోంట్ డూ ఎనీ క్యాన్సలేషన్ హియర్. ఆల్రైట్, సో 5 అండ్ నౌ వీ నో దాట్ మండే. సో మనకు తెలిసింది ఏంటంటే మండే అంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ 1 ద డే కోడ్. ఐ రైట్? మండే అంటే 1, ట్యూస్డే అంటే 2, వెన్స్డే అంటే 3, Thursday అంటే 4 and 5 means Friday. That is what the code I have given. So answer is Friday. So ఈ particular number ని మీరు డే కోడ్ కి ఈక్వేట్ చేస్తే you'll get the Friday. As we discussed calendars మనం చెప్పినట్టు August 15th 1947 or 15th August 1947 it was Friday అని చెప్పాను. So this is how you need to find out. And remember, whatever the procedure I have given it to you, you have to store everything in your mind. Please don't write anything on the paper or something. Please don't waste your time. So just because we need to get the answer here as soon as possible. So it is easy for us to get the answer within this particular lesson. మీ examination లో మీ calculation just ఈ 2 lines మాత్రమే ఉండాలి. So this just like ఈ పర్టికులర్ పార్ట్లో మీరు ఏం చేశారు, వాల్యూస్ని సబ్స్టిట్యూట్ చేశారు అండ్ హియర్ ఒక డివిజన్ చేసి రిమైండర్ తీసుకొచ్చారు. ఆ రిమైండర్ని డే కోడ్కి మీరు ఈక్వేట్ చేశారు. దాట్స్ ఇట్. ఐ హోప్ యూ అండర్స్టాండ్. సో దిస్ ఇస్ 15th August 1947. ఇది ఒక బేసిక్ క్వశ్చన్. బట్ వాట్ హ్యాపన్స్ ఇఫ్ ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్? దాట్స్ ద కండిషన్. Alright, now I'll tell you a procedure which you need to follow once again. So leap year లేదు కాబట్టి ప్రాబ్లం లేదు. లీప్ ఇయర్ వస్తే ఏం చేయాలి ఇలాంటి మెథడ్లో? ఇట్ ఈస్ సో సింపుల్, జస్ట్ అ స్మాల్ లాజిక్ which you need to find out. Okay, so let me talk about leap year. What does mean by leap year? So leap year is so simple. So initially we had, మీకు just like 30 to 40 seconds description in leap year గురించి మీరు తెలుసుకోవాల్సి ఉంటుంది. Alright, don't worry, you're not going to get the questions on the leap year. leap year అంటే ఏంటి, ఎన్ని డేస్ ఉంటుంది, అలా మీకు ఏం questions రావు. But it's your responsibility to understand how to, how leap year works and how leap year got into existence. Alright, so simple. Let's talk about leap year. Brief description చూద్దాం. So leap year అంటే ఏంటి అని చూసారైతే, initially, so an year it consists of 365 days. మీరు స్టార్టింగ్లో మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 365 రోజులు అనేది మనం కన్సిడర్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం ఒక ఇయర్కి. బట్ వేరాస్ ఆ 365 డేస్ 1 ఇయర్కి అనేది మీరు ఎలా అనేది చూశారు అంటే, జస్ట్ లైక్ సూర్యుని చుట్టూ, సో సన్ యొక్క ఎర్త్ రివాల్వ్స్, రెవల్యూషన్. ఐ రైట్? సో ఎర్త్ రెవల్యూషన్, 1 రెవల్యూషన్ అంటే ఒకసారి, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ లెట్స్ టాక్ అబౌట్ అ సన్ అండ్ దిస్ ఇస్ ఎర్త్ అండ్ ఇట్ టేక్స్ 365 days to revolve around the sun అని చెప్తాం. Am I right? This is what the consideration. So ఇది sun, ఇది earth అని తీసుకుంటే ఇలా తీసుకుంటాం 365 days. బట్ ఇనిషియల్గా అది 365 days 1 year అని చెప్పి మన యొక్క ancestors find out చేశారు. And later on they came to know that it is not exactly 365 days. It takes 365.25 days అనేది వాళ్ళు తెలుసుకున్నారు. సో ఇనిషియల్గా మనం ఏం చేస్తున్నాం, 365 days అని కన్సిడర్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం. అంటే ఈ సన్, ఈ ఎర్త్కి, మన భూమికి సూర్యుని చుట్టూ తిరగడానికి 365 days అవుతుంది. అదే మనం 1 yearగా కన్సిడర్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం. బట్ లేటర్ ఆన్ దే ఫౌండ్ అవుట్ ఇట్స్ నాట్ 365 days, ఇట్ యాక్చువల్లీ 365.25 days. బట్ ఎప్పుడైతే వీళ్ళకి ఇది 365.25 days అని తెలిసిందో, సో ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ పాసిబుల్ టు మెన్షన్ 365.25. సో వాళ్ళు ఏం చేశారంటే 365 ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్లో ఈ 0.25ని కట్ చేసి, అండ్ దెన్ సెకండ్ ఇయర్లో కూడా 0.25ని కట్ చేసి, అండ్ దెన్ థర్డ్ ఇయర్లో 0.25ని కట్ చేసి, సో ఫోర్త్ ఇయర్ ఏముంటుంది 365.25. సో ఈ 365 ఫోర్త్ ఇయర్ 365.25కి ఈ 3.25ని యాడ్ చేశారు, అంటే 0.75, విచ్ హ్యాస్ బికమ్ 366 days. సో ఎవ్రీ ఇయర్ అంటే ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్లో, సెకండ్ ఇయర్లో, థర్డ్ ఇయర్లో ఉన్న 0.25 అన్ని కట్ చేసి ఫోర్త్ ఇయర్లో యాడ్ చేస్తే అది 360 days వచ్చింది. సో this acts as a leap year. Alright, if I ask you what does mean by leap year, we always come up with 3 points. First point, it has an extra day. Am I right? So normal year consists of 365 days, but it consists of 366 days. And second point, it has, it falls on exactly February 29. So February lo oka extra day untundi. And third point మీరు చూసినట్లయితే it comes only once in 4 years. So this is the reason behind that, basic reason. So now it is 365.25 అనేది కట్ చేసి ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్లో, సెకండ్ ఇయర్లో, థర్డ్ ఇయర్, ఫోర్త్ ఇయర్లో యాడ్ చేశారు, విచ్ హాస్ బికమ్ 366 days. Now, so I hope you understand how leap year works. Now let's say మన ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ లీప్ ఇయర్ వస్తే ఎలా హ్యాండిల్ చేయాలి, అసలు ఈ క్వశ్చన్ ఎలా హ్యాండిల్ చేయాలంటే, సో రిమెంబర్ వెన్ ఎవర్ యూ గెట్ ద డేట్, లెట్స్ సే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 15th August 1947, ఇదే క్వశ్చన్ తీసుకుందాం ఎగ్జాంపుల్గా. ఈ 15th August 1947 వచ్చినప్పుడు మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సింది ఏంటంటే లీప్ ఇయర్ కండిషన్ చెక్ చేయాలి. రిమెంబర్, లీప్ ఇయర్ కండిషన్ చెక్ చేయాలి. సో లీప్ ఇయర్ కండిషన్ నో అయినప్పుడు, రిమెంబర్, లీప్ ఇయర్ నో అయినప్పుడు, సో రెగ్యులర్ మెథడ్. So regular method ante so simple. Now what we have done, so given date plus month code plus century code, so regular method మీరు ఫాలో అయిపోవచ్చు లీప్ ఇయర్ కాదు అన్నప్పుడు. బట్ లెట్స్ సే ఇది లీప్ ఇయర్ అయింది అన్నప్పుడు మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సింది ఏంటి, లెట్స్ సే ఇఫ్ ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్, వన్స్ అగైన్ యూ నీడ్ టు చెక్ అనదర్ కండిషన్ హియర్. సో ఆ కండిషన్ ఏంటి అంటే మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సింది వెదర్ దట్ గివెన్ పర్టికులర్ డే ఇస్ బిట్వీన్ జనవరి 1st నుండి Feb 29 లోపల ఉందా ఆ పర్టికులర్ డేట్ అనేది, Jan 21st నుండి February 29th లోపల ఉందా, లేదు మార్చ్ 1st నుండి December 31st లోపల ఉందా అనే కండిషన్ వరకు మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఐ రిపీట్, సో ఫస్ట్ ఏ ఇయర్ అయినా మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సింది ఏంటంటే ఫస్ట్ లీప్ ఇయరా కాదా అనేది చెక్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. లీప్ ఇయర్ నో అన్నప్పుడు ఏం చేయాల్సిందే, రెగ్యులర్ మెథడ్లో మీరు వెళ్ళిపోవచ్చు. జస్ట్ ద ప్రొసీజర్ వాట్ ఐ హ్యావ్ గివెన్. ఇఫ్ ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్ దెన్ మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సిందంటే వన్స్ అగైన్ Jan 1st నుండి Feb 29th లోపల ఈ పర్టికులర్ డేట్ ఉందా, లేదు March 1st నుండి December 31st లోపల ఉందా అనేది మీరు చెక్ చేసుకోవాల్సి ఉంటుంది. దెన్ వాట్ ఇస్ ద డిఫరెన్స్ అని చెప్పి మీరు నన్ను అడిగారంటే, యూజువల్గా లీప్ ఇయర్ అంటే మనం Jan 1st నుంచి కన్సిడర్ చేస్తాం, కాదు లీప్ ఇయర్ అనేది March 1st అనేది స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది. జస్ట్ బికాస్ ఆ పర్టికులర్ డే అనేది మనకు February 29th మాత్రమే యాడ్ అవుతుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మనకు నియరెస్ట్ లీప్ ఇయర్ ఏది అని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 2016 is going to be the leap year. It's a leap year. And next మనం చూసినట్లయితే 2020 is going to be the leap year. ఆల్ రైట్, సో ఈ పర్టికులర్ విషయానికి మనకు వస్తే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు నేను 16 Jan 2016 అనే డేట్ని మనం ఎలా సాల్వ్ చేయాలి, లెట్స్ సే 16 March 2016 అనేది ఎలా సాల్వ్ చేయాలనేది మీరు తెలుసుకోవాలి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు లీప్ ఇయర్ ఎస్ అని చెక్ చేశారంటే ఎస్, లీప్ ఇయర్ ఎస్. సో లీప్ ఇయర్ కండిషన్ ఎలా చెక్ చేయాలి అనేది మనం నేర్చుకోవాలి ఫస్ట్ థింగ్. అది డిస్కస్ చేసిన తర్వాత ఈ రెండు పార్ట్స్ మనం డిస్కస్ చేయొచ్చు. సో లీప్ ఇయర్ కండిషన్ మీరు ఎలా చెక్ చేస్తారంటే, రిమెంబర్ ఆల్ ద 4 multiples ఆర్ లీప్ ఇయర్స్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32 all the 4 multiples are leap years. But all the century years are not leap years. అంటే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు all the 4 multiples leap years అంటే ఏమవుతుంది, 4, 8, 12 16, 20, 24, 28, 32 ఇట్ గోస్ ఆన్, ఇవన్నీ లీప్ ఇయర్సే. బట్ సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్, అన్ని సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ లీప్ ఇయర్స్ కాదు. అంటే సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ అంటే ఏంటి, సో సింపుల్, the year that ends with 00. For example, 1000, for example 2200, for example 2000. సో ఇవన్నీ వీటిని ఏమంటారంటే సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ అంటారు. ఒక పర్టికులర్ ఇయర్ 00తో ఎండ్ అయితే 100 ఇస్ అ సెంచురీ ఇయర్, 200 ఇస్ అ సెంచురీ ఇయర్, 300 ఇస్ అ సెంచురీ ఇయర్, ఇలా ఇది వెళ్తూ ఉంటుంది. అవునా? సో 4 అనేది ఈవెన్ దో ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 100 అనేది ఈవెన్ దో ఇట్ ఇస్ డివిజిబుల్ బై 4. యూజువల్గా లీప్ ఇయర్ కండిషన్ అయితే 4తో డివైడ్ అయితే మనం లీప్ ఇయర్ అని చెప్తాం. అది అలా కాదు. సో యూ నీడ్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ దిస్ క్లియర్లీ. అన్ని 4తో డివిజిబుల్ అయ్యే ఇయర్స్ అన్ని లీప్ ఇయర్స్ కావు. ఓకే, ఫస్ట్ పాయింట్, 4 మల్టిపుల్స్ అన్ని లీప్ ఇయర్సే. బట్ అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ వచ్చేంత వరకు మనకి ఇంకొక కండిషన్ ఉంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 100 అనే ఇయర్ మీరు తీసుకుందాం, అండ్ ఇయర్ 200 తీసుకుందాం, ఇయర్ 300 తీసుకుందాం, ఇయర్ 400 తీసుకుందాం. సి 100 ఇస్ డివిజిబుల్ బై 4, సో బట్ ఇట్ ఇస్ నాట్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్. 200 is divisible by 4, but it's not a leap year. 300 is divisible by 4, it's not a leap year. So century years వచ్చేసరికి మీరు ఏం చెక్ చేయాలి అంటే 4తో చెక్ చేయకూడదు, మీరు 400తో చెక్ చేయాలి. 400తో కండిషన్ చెక్ చేయాలి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నేను ఇప్పుడు ఇయర్ 1200 సెంచురీ ఇది ఒక లీప్ ఇయరా కాదని చెక్ చేస్తే ప్లీజ్ డోంట్ డివైడ్ ఇట్ బై 4తో డివైడ్ చేయదు, జస్ట్ బికాస్ ఇట్స్ అ సెంచురీ ఇయర్. సెంచురీ ఇయర్ అంటే 00 ఎండింగ్ ఇయర్. 00 ఎండింగ్ ఇయర్ని మీరు దేంతో చెక్ చేయాలంటే 400తో చెక్ చేయాలి. సో ఇట్ ఇస్ 400 3s are 1200. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ ఆబ్వియస్లీ 0. ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు ఇయర్ 1300 తీసుకుందాం. 1300 లీప్ ఇయర్ అంటే మీరు 4తో డివైడ్ చేస్తే రిమైండర్ 0నే వస్తుంది. బట్ డోంట్ డూ దట్. 00 ఎండింగ్ కాబట్టి మీరు 400తో చేయాలి. 400తో చేసినప్పుడు ఏమొస్తుంది? 400 3s are 1200. రిమైండర్ ఎంత? 100. ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్, ఇయర్ 1300 ఇస్ నాట్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్. సో నార్మల్ ఇయర్స్ అయితే లాస్ట్ 2 డిజిట్స్ని మీరు 4తో డివైడ్ చేస్తే సరిపోతుంది. సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ అంటే ఎస్పెషలీ సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ అన్నప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందంటే మీరు 400తో డివైడ్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 2000 ఇస్ ద బెస్ట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. 2000 ఇయర్ అనేది 4తో డివైడ్ చేయదండి, 400తో చేయండి. ఎస్, 400 into 5 2000. ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్. బట్ ఇయర్ 2100 తీసుకుందాం, 2100. ఇట్ ఇస్ డివిజిబుల్ బై 4, బట్ స్టిల్ ఇట్స్ నాట్ ఎ లీప్ ఇయర్. ఎందుకంటే 00 ఎండింగ్ ఇయర్ అయితే మనం 400తో డివైడ్ చేయాలి. 400తో మీరు డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందంటే మీకు 100 అనే రిమైండర్ వస్తుంది. ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ ఎ లీప్ ఇయర్. ఆల్రైట్, సో దిస్ ఇస్ హౌ యూ డీల్ విత్ ద లీప్ ఇయర్. నా సో లీప్ ఇయర్ ఎలా ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాలని చెప్పి మనం చూసాం కదా. ఇప్పుడు మనం ఏం చేయాలి అంటే, సో లీప్ ఇయర్ చెక్ చేశారు. సో లీప్ ఇయర్ ఎస్ అనే కండిషన్ వచ్చిందని తీసుకుందాం ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. సో లీప్ ఇయర్ ఎస్ అనే కండిషన్ చెక్ చేశారు అంటే మీరు నెక్స్ట్ కండిషన్ చెక్ చేయాల్సింది ఏంటంటే ఇచ్చిన ఆ డేట్ Jan 1st నుండి February 29 లోపల ఉందా, లేదు March 1st నుండి December 1st లోపల ఉందా అనేది మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. సో టెక్నికలీ లీప్ ఇయర్ స్టార్ట్స్ ఫ్రమ్ March 1st. మీరు 2016 ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నేను ఇందాక చెప్పాను మీకు. మీరు 2016 Jan క్యాలెండర్ తీసుకున్నా, 2015 Jan క్యాలెండర్ తీసుకున్నా. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఎలా అంటే 2016లో జనవరిలో మీరు ఎన్ని డేస్ ఉంటుందంటే 31 డేస్ ఉంటుంది. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం 2015 క్యాలెండర్లో జనవరి ఎన్ని డేస్ ఉంటుందంటే 31 డేస్ ఉంటుంది. సో టోటల్ కౌంట్ అనేది సేమ్ ఉంటుంది. బట్ మీకు క్యాలెండర్ డిఫరెన్స్ ఎప్పుడు వస్తుందంటే మీరు Jan 1st నుండి March 1st దాకా లీప్ ఇయర్లో ఎన్ని డేస్ ఉన్నాయి, Jan 1st నుండి March 1st దాకా నాన్ లీప్ ఇయర్లో ఎన్ని డేస్ ఉన్నాయని చూసినప్పుడు టోటల్ కౌంట్ చేంజ్ అవుతుంది. సో టెక్నికలీ లీప్ ఇయర్ స్టార్ట్స్ ఫ్రమ్ March 1st ఆన్వర్డ్స్. సో ఎప్పుడైతే మీకు లీప్ ఇయర్ అయ్యింది, ఇయర్ లీప్ ఇయర్ అయ్యింది, డేట్ Jan 1st నుండి Feb 29 దాకా ఉందో మీకు వచ్చిన ఆన్సర్ని యూ హ్యావ్ టు డూ -1. మీకు వచ్చిన ఆన్సర్ని యూ హ్యావ్ టు డూ -1. ఇఫ్ ద గివెన్ డేట్ ఇస్ ఇన్ బిట్వీన్ March 1st December 31st, నో నీడ్ టు డూ ఎనీథింగ్, జస్ట్ గో హెడ్ యాజ్ ఇట్ ఇస్. ఆల్రైట్, దీనికి నేను ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ ఇప్పుడు మీకు చెప్తాను. లెట్స్ స్టార్ట్ విత్ నేను 2 డేట్స్ తీసుకుంటాను ఇప్పుడు. లెట్స్ స్టార్ట్ విత్ see 1st Jan 2000. 1st Jan 2000 తీసుకుందాం. అండ్ దెన్ another date which is 1st March 2000. ఆల్రైట్, వాట్స్ ద డిఫరెన్స్ అనేది మనం ఇప్పుడు చెక్ చేద్దాం. ఇది మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఇది ఫస్ట్ స్లాట్లో ఉంది. అంటే Jan 1st నుండి February 29 దాకా ఇది ఉంది. ఇదేంటంటే March 1st నుండి December 31st మధ్యలో ఒక డేట్ ఇది. ఆల్రైట్, మీకు ఇంకా కన్ఫ్యూజన్ వద్దు అనుకుంటే మీరు 5 తీసుకోవచ్చు. Alright, 5th Jan 2000 and 5th March 2000. Alright, now first thing, just check whether the given year is a leap year or not. Obviously it's a leap year endukante it's a century ending year. So century ending year ante I need to divide this year using 400. Am I right? So it is 5 2000 and it's done. Yes, it's a leap year, so don't divide it with 4. Alright, now what should we do? Let's start with, so 5th Jan 2000 ఏ డేట్లో వస్తుంది. వాట్ వాస్ ద డే ఆన్ 5th Jan 2000? సో ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ ఇది మీరు ఎలా సర్చ్ చేస్తారంటే గివెన్ డేట్ విచ్ ఇస్ 5, గివెన్ డేట్ 5 ప్లస్ మంత్ కోడ్. సో మంత్ కోడ్ ఆఫ్ Jan it is 00. Am I right? 033. That's what I said. So 00 plus century code 2000 మీకు ఏం చెప్పాను, it is 06. am I right? So 2000 నుండి 2019 వరకు it's going to be 6. then plus last 2 digits of the given year. ఈ క్వశ్చన్ మీకు వచ్చి ఉంటుంది, లాస్ట్ 2 digits 00, no changes at all. ప్లస్ ఈ పర్టికులర్ క్వశ్చన్ మీ యొక్క క్వశ్చన్స్ అన్నింటినీ సాల్వ్ చేస్తుంది, మీ మైండ్లో రన్ అయ్యే క్వశ్చన్స్ అన్నింటినీ ఈ పర్టికులర్ క్వశ్చన్ సాల్వ్ చేస్తుంది. సో గివెన్ డేట్ 5 Jan కోడ్ 00 అండ్ దెన్ ఇట్ ఇస్ 06 ఏంటంటే సెంచరీ కోడ్, లాస్ట్ 2 digits ఇక్కడ 00 ఏం లేదు. అండ్ దెన్ 00 4 multiples ఉంటాయి అంటే no 4 multiples at all, 00 just by 7, that's it, no change at all. am I right? now so which is 5 plus 6 అంటే మిగతా అన్ని జీరోస్ ఉన్నాయి ఇక్కడ. 5 plus 6 మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 11 by 7 and 11 by 7 what's the remainder? 11 by 7 the remainder is 4. 11 by 7 the remainder is 4. but so as I told you, ఒకవేళ Jan 1st నుండి February 29th లోపల డేట్ ఉంటే యూ హ్యావ్ టు డూ -1. సో మీరు ఇలా ఈ పర్టికులర్ మెథడ్లో మీరు చేసినప్పుడు 4 అనే ఆన్సర్ రిమైండర్ మీకు వస్తుంది. 4 అనే ఆన్సర్ మీకు వచ్చిందంటే యాజ్ యూజువల్ ఏముంటుంది, ఇట్స్ థర్స్డే. బట్ మీ క్యాలెండర్ చెక్ చేసి ఇది థర్స్డే ఉండదు ఈ పర్టికులర్, ఎందుకంటే ఇది లీప్ ఇయర్ కేస్ ఉంది. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం ఇదేమో 1st Jan నుండి Feb 29th Feb అనే కేసులో ఉంది. సో ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు డూ -1 విచ్ ఇస్, సో రిమైండర్ ఏదైతే మీకు వస్తుందో దానికి మీరు -1 చేయాలి. దానికి మీరు -1 చేస్తే విల్ గెట్ ద రిమైండర్ as 3. సో 3 is obviously Wednesday. మీరు క్యాలెండర్ చెక్ చేసినట్టయితే it is going to be Wednesday, it is not Thursday. Alright, now let's see how this works. Guys, it is so simple. It's March. Am I right? It's March and at the same time ఇది 1st March నుండి లీప్ ఇయర్ కేసు ఇది. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం 1st March నుండి December 31st లోపల ఉండే కేసు. here no need to do -1, just go ahead as it is. Now let's do this. It's going to be 05. So 05 is the given date and March obviously 0336. And what is the March? It is 3. The code is 3. Am I right? For March it is code 3 plus century, same thing here. Century code it is 06 plus last 2 digits 00 plus last 2, number of 4 multiples in the last 2 digits of given year, it is 00 by 7. By 7. Now just add all the things here. 5 plus 3 it is 8. And obvious 5 plus 3 it is 8 and 8 plus 6 it is 14. So 14 by 7 and the answer is here reminder is 0 means Sunday. No need to change anything. Please don't do -1 here just because it's a leap year condition and leap year condition లో ఇది మీరు చూసినట్లయితే మన సెకండ్ స్లాట్ లో ఉంది, అంటే 1st March నుండి December 31st March లోపల ఉంది కాబట్టి don't do -1, just leave as it is. So Sunday's answer. Alright, so from this what I'm trying to say is first starting లో మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సింది ఏంటంటే లీప్ ఇయరా కాదా. లీప్ ఇయర్ అయింది అంటే లీప్ ఇయర్ కాలేదు అంటే నో నీడ్ టు డూ ఎనీథింగ్, జస్ట్ ఫాలో ద ప్రొసీజర్ వాట్ ఎవర్ ఐ సెడ్. సో గివెన్ డేట్ ప్లస్ సెంచరీ కోడ్ ప్లస్ మంత్ కోడ్ ప్లస్ లాస్ట్ 2 digits of the given year plus number of 4 multiples in the last 2 digits of the given year by 7. Whatever the remainder you get, just convert into day and then put the answer. Now if it's a leap year you need to check one thing. A leap year lo ఏంటంటే ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ మీరు చెక్ చేసేటప్పుడు సెంచరీ ఇయర్ కాదు అంటే జస్ట్ డివైడెడ్ బై 4 అండ్ జస్ట్ చెక్. ఇఫ్ ఇట్స్ అ సెంచరీ ఇయర్ లాస్ట్ 2 digits 00 అయింది అంటే యూ హ్యావ్ టు డివైడెడ్ బై 400 అండ్ యూ నీడ్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ వెదర్ ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్ ఆర్ నాట్. సో 2000 కాబట్టి ఐవ్ డివైడెడ్ ఇట్ బై 400 అండ్ ఐ నో ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్. ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్. సో లీప్ ఇయర్ నేను తెలుసుకున్న తర్వాత నేను చెక్ చేయాల్సిన కండిషన్ ఏంటంటే 1st January నుండి February 29th వరకు ఉందా డేట్స్, లేదంటే 1st March నుండి December 31st వరకు ఉందా అని చెప్పి. సో హియర్ ఇన్ దిస్ కేస్ ఐ నో ఇట్స్ 1st January to 29th February మధ్యలో ఉంది కాబట్టి డెఫినెట్లీ వాట్ ఎవర్ ద రిమైండర్ ఐ గెట్ ఐ నీడ్ టు సబ్ట్రాక్ట్ మై 1 from that so that I'll get the answer. If it is from 1st March to December 31st, no need to change any, just proceed as it is. Alright, I hope you understand how this works. Now the next question, the next concept, calendars లోనే ఇంకో కొన్ని 2-3 చిన్న కాన్సెప్ట్స్ ఉన్నాయి which you need to find out. Let's see, today is actually today is Tuesday, but today is Monday. See, don't ask me sir today is not Monday, but just for an assumption my exams ila vastundi. Today is Monday. So what will be the day after today is Monday, full stop. What will be the day after let's say 40 days? What will be the day after 40 days? Okay, today is Monday. What will be the day after 40 days? It is so simple. See, today Monday 40 days తర్వాత ఏంటి అంటే in the sense కౌంట్ డౌన్ ఈ రోజు నుంచే స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది. మండే అనేది 1, ట్యూస్డే అనేది 2, ఇలా వెళ్తుంది. 40 days తర్వాత ఏంటి అని. సో రిమెంబర్ ఆఫ్టర్ 40 days అంటే రిమెంబర్ దే ఆర్ ఆస్కింగ్ 41st డే. 40th డే మీరు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. 41st డే మాత్రమే మీరు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఆల్రైట్, సో ఆఫ్టర్ 40 days అంటే 41st డే ఏమొస్తుందని చెప్పి. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. సో జస్ట్ రైట్ డౌన్ 40 అండ్ వి నో దట్ 1 week 7 days. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఈరోజు మండే అంటే ఆఫ్టర్ 7 days ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి మండే వన్స్ అగైన్. సో ఈరోజు ట్యూస్డే అంటే ఆఫ్టర్ 7 days. సో 7 days తర్వాత డేస్ అనేది మీకు రిపీట్ అవుతుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ డే 1 అనేది మండే అంటే డే 8 అనేది కూడా మండే వస్తుంది. డే 1 అనేది ట్యూస్డే అంటే డే 8 కూడా, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ డే 2 ట్యూస్డే అంటే డే 9 + 7, డే 9 కూడా ట్యూస్డేనే. సో +7 చేస్తే అదే వస్తుంది. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ 740. సో 7 excuse me, so 7 5s are 35. So what's the remainder here? 5. So if you observe రిమైండర్ ఎంత 5 కదా. సో మండే మనం స్టార్ట్ చేసాం కౌంట్ డౌన్. సో మండే డే 1 అంటే డే 1 మండే. సో డే 2 ఏమవుతుంది? ఇట్ ఇస్ ట్యూస్డే. డే 3 ఏమవుతుంది? ఇట్ ఇస్ వెన్స్డే. డే 4 ఏమవుతుంది? థర్స్డే. డే 5 ఏమవుతుంది? ఫ్రైడే. అండ్ దిస్ ఇస్ ద ఆన్సర్. సో 5 వచ్చింది కాబట్టి జస్ట్ రిలేటెడ్ టు డే 5. ఆల్ రైట్, ఐ రిపీట్ ఇట్ వన్ మోర్ క్వశ్చన్. ఇట్స్ వెరీ సింపుల్ లాజిక్. లెట్స్ సే all right, let's see another question. Today is Wednesday. Today is Wednesday. What will be the day after 110 days? After 110 days. Today is Wednesday. 110 days. 110 days తర్వాత ఏం డే అని చెప్పి మిమ్మల్ని అడుగుతారు. సో సింపుల్, జస్ట్ రిమెంబర్ డే 1 ఏంటి? కౌంట్ డౌన్ ఈ రోజు నుంచి.
Welcome to Web Technologies training program. In this lesson we are going to understand the main topic called Angular services. What is service exactly? Service is a collection of reusable properties and reusable methods. Assume we have created a property or method inside a component. That particular property or method is accessible only within the same component. But I want to access the same property or same method in multiple components. It is directly not possible. Then we can go for the alternative called services. Whenever we have created some property or some method inside the service, it is accessible among any component or any other directive or any other pipe inside anywhere. We are able to access the particular property or method. So that's why we can say the services are used to contain the global properties or global methods which are common for multiple or all components. For example, we have the login status. That means which user has currently logged in, the current working username and his email address I would like to store globally. So instead of storing it inside a particular component, we can store it inside a particular service so that it can be accessible among multiple components. So this is the idea of why we have to go for the services. But what is a service exactly? Service is a class. It's a class basically. So this class can be injectable. That means we are going to create an object for the class and load that object into the constructor of the component. Instead of the component create the object of the service directly, Angular has to create object for the service and Angular has to give the service object to the component, to the constructor. So this is called injection, which is also called as dependency injection. So let's try to understand the meaning of dependency injection in detail. Generally speaking, for example, in order to perform some particular task, an employee of the company requires some particular tool. So here the employee is let's call it as A, and the tool what is he require, let's call it as B. So A require B. So we have to inject B into A, but A is not creating the B directly. So somebody else, some external force has to supply the B to A. For example, in real life, the company, the organization itself provides necessary tools, necessary environment to work. So here the company is a dependency injection. The company is providing the necessary tool to the employee. Just like the Angular framework is creating the service object to the component, just like the company or organization provide the necessary tool to the corresponding employee. So dependency injection means providing some information or some kind of object to the particular class. So we are going to create an object here, and we are going to supply the same to the constructor of the component. This is what we call it as dependency injection. What is the benefit of going for dependency injection? The benefit of dependency injection is that we are able to maintain the singleton. Singleton means when we try to access the service object for the first time we will create the new object, but second time onwards we will not create the new object. We will deliver the same old object itself to the corresponding component. Instead of creating the new object for every time, we are going to create an object only one time, but we can supply the same object every time. The same object will be shared among all the components, all instances of the same component. That means overall in the complete execution life cycle of the entire application, we are going to create only one object for the particular service. As a result of this, what I can try to do is we have stored some data inside the first object. Same data is accessible in all the instances of the component, in all the components also it's accessible. So we can maintain the global data instead of recreating the new object every time. So this is the benefit of going for a singleton. In order to achieve the singleton, the component should not create the service object directly. The external force, that means the Angular framework, has to create object for the service class. That's why we are using dependency injection. And also we have to add the service to the module. We can add the service to the module in two ways, either directly or indirectly. Directly means we can go to the declaration section of the particular module, and there is a property called providers. Did you notice providers? Inside the providers array, we can add the name of the service. That is one way of adding the service to the module. Another way is that don't add the service in the provider section of the module. Alternatively, we have to use provided in route option. We have to specify inside the service metadata itself. These two are the ways. But however, the first way, the direct way, is better. That means we have to go to the particular module. For example, open app.module.ts. Inside the providers property, we have to add the name of the service. This is the best and recommended way. It works in all the versions of Angular, whereas the second way, that is provided in route, is recommended only in case of Angular 6. So if you want to work with all the versions of Angular commonly, better go for the direct way, that is add the service name inside the providers array, inside the module metadata, instead of adding the same in the service metadata. And a service can call other service, a component can call any number of service, and one service can be called by a number of components. There is a service, we can call the same in any number of components. Component 1, 2, 3, a number of components are called in the same service. So this is one pattern. Another pattern is that one component is calling one service, that is one-to-one, that is one pattern. Another pattern is that the single component is calling multiple services, that is one-to-many. Like this, we have different types of uses, but whatever the component is able to invoke the service, that is a basic fundamental point. Okay, let's try to understand how to create the service, how to reuse the code in the service practically. Let us try to understand. So have a look once. So here we are going to create ngg service. We are going to create a new service. Name of the service is, for example, we are going to create a service called employees. We are going to create a service called employees. So what happens is, with this name, a service will be created. You can notice there a service is going to be creating. That means inside which folder? SRC folder. Inside a SRC folder, app folder, employees.service.ts, this file has been created. Of course, the spec.ts has been created for unit testing, that we can ignore right now, but mainly we can concentrate on and check the service.ts file. So this is the actual file where the service is being developed. So we can open that. Where is that available? Check it. So inside the app folder itself, we can find a file called employees.service.ts. So it's a class basically. Inside this particular class, we are going to create a constructor optionally. We can remove it also, it's not compulsory. And we are going to make this particular service as export. This is very important. Once we have given export, this particular service class can be accessible in other files. So we can go to any other file we can go to, and there we are able to import the same. For example, we are going to app.module.ts, we are able to import the particular service. So let's add a statement, import employees service. What is the class name? Employee service. From which file we are going to access the same? We are going to access the same from employees.service file. Actually, the file name is employees.service.ts, but we are going to provide just .service.ts will be taken automatically. So this is the actual service class. And also, in order to add the service to the module, instead of using the provided in root option, we are going to remove the same. We are going to add the same service to the module. So there is a module and there is a array called providers. By default it is empty. Here we can add any service. So what I meant to say exactly, whenever we have created other module, we have to import the same in the import section. Whenever we have a component, we have to add the same to the declaration section, and whenever we have a service, we have to add the same to the providers. So once again repeating, modules can be added to the imports, services can be added to the providers, components can be added to the declarations. Okay, that's fine. Now we are going to create some properties or methods that are accessible among multiple components. For example, I feel that this particular list of employees should be loaded from a service. Instead of we are going to create an employee array, we are going to create the same from the service. So we are going to create a method called getEmployees. Suitable name of the method is getEmployee. So getEmployees, return type is list of employee. Employee class must be imported, right? Import the employee class from so and so file. So we have to provide the list of employee. Now what we are trying to do is that we are going to create an array. We are going to create an array where the variable name emps is equal to the complete array, and we can return the employees. So we are going to create an array and return the same employees. That's fine. Now we are going to call this particular getEmployees method from the component. So what are we trying to do? We are going to call the method. So in order to do so, first we have to go for dependency injection. Dependency injection is a mechanism of loading the service object into the component. So in order to do so, first about the service, we have to add something called @injectable, which means that we are going to specify that this particular service class is able to participate in the dependency injection. So by default, a class cannot participate in the dependency injection, but we can specify explicitly that this particular class can participate in the dependency injection. That means, hey Angular, whenever any component requires an instance of this particular service class, give an object for it, no problem. So we are going to give this such a permission to the Angular framework. So how do we give the permission to Angular framework to create service object? By giving injectable, by giving @injectable decorator. So the same we are trying to do here. So check it, injectable. Injectable is a decorator which specifies that Hey Angular, you are able to create an object for the employee service class. It doesn't mean that it will create the object immediately. So maybe later the object will maybe created. Now we are going to import the injectable from Angular/core package, and also we have to inject this particular employee service inside the component. In which component you want to use it, there itself. So inside the constructor of the particular employee component, we are going to inject the employee service. The component invoke the service, right? So go to the constructor of the component. There exactly we have to inject. It is possible to inject only inside the constructor, not in other methods. So we are able to write something called @inject. Inject should be imported from Angular/core. So @inject, what class must be injected? Employee service must be injected, and import the employee service from so and so file. And also we have to provide private some variable name, for example emp service is of which type? Employee service type. That's all. So what we have done exactly is that we are going to say that, hey Angular, please create an object for the employee service class. I am unable to create an object for the employee service class, or I am not interested to create object for the employee service class. You have to create an object for the employee service class and please supply to me. Then automatically Angular will create an object for the employee service class and pass the object as argument to this emp service parameter. So this variable emp service receives the instance or object of the employee service class. So that object is being stored inside this variable, but because but it is of which type? Employee service type. What type of object we are getting? Employee service type of object we are able to get, right? So now we are able to use this emp service in any method. For example, here we are going to add a new method called ng-on-init. This method executes after the execution of the constructor. After execution of the constructor, first of all it will initialize this metadata. After initialization of metadata, the ng-on-init method will execute. So it's the correct place for loading the data into the service. So here we are going to create this dot employees is equal to this dot emp service dot get employees. That's what exactly the code. We are going to get the employees. What is the name of the method we have written? Get employees. We have to provide the same name here, emp service. Okay, service spelling mistake, service. Okay, now we are going to call the get employees method of the emp service. So what exactly we are trying to do is that from here we are going to call the service. From here execution flow jumps to the service. It will execute this particular method. That means it is going to create an array and return the array. This array is being received into the variable called employees. Based on that, the ng for works and the output will come. So let's check it, output is coming or not. So I'm expecting if you open the employees page, it has to display the list of employees. So once we click on employees, see it is showing the list of employees correctly. So it is the same data what we have created earlier in the past lessons, right? So in order to fetch the data, the service is going to the best place. So in real-time applications, how we are going to use the service is, a service class contains a set of methods that is meant for CRUD operations. What do you mean by CRUD operations? Create, retrieve, update, delete. So creating means inserting a new record into the table. Updating means modification of existing record. Deleting means erasing or deleting the record. And retrieving means loading, getting all the records. Getting either all the records or single record based on ID or based on any condition, whatever it is. So if you take any table, any complex table, any big application, any company, anywhere, only the 4 database operations are there: create, retrieve, update, delete. Creating means inserting a new record, deleting means erasing existing record, updation means modification of existing record, retrieving means loading or getting. So in order to perform the query operations, the service usually contains the respective methods. For example, the table name is products. The methods would be the get products, get product by ID. That means get products means retrieving all the list of products. Get product by ID means based on ID we are going to get the single product. Insert product to add the new record. Update product to update the record. Delete product to delete the record. So these are the various methods that you could write for every table, not only for product, every table. For example, if you talk about departments table, get departments, get department by ID, insert department, update department, delete department. For example, if you are taking some customers table, so get customers, get customer by ID, insert customer, delete customer, update customer. These are the 5 methods or 4 methods at least to write the for every table. So we are going to create one service for every table. For each table we are going to create one service. Inside that we are going to create the respective methods, as I said already, the methods for query operations. So in our example we are going to create one method. We have already created one method for retrieving employees. Let us write the code for inserting, updating, deleting also. Okay, so let's try the other code. If you can go to the component, see there is a code for adding the new record, right? The same code should be written inside the insert method. So we are going to create a new method called insert employee. This is going to receive EMP employee service. No, employee. It is new EMP. Then we are going to insert the new record into the employees array. We are going to pass this employees array. Okay, so let me create employees array. So this dot, did you understand? We have created one array. Inside the array we have created some sort of data and written this dot employees. And similarly, so we are saying insert employee, we are going to insert the new record into the employees array. Now we are going to call this method from here. So what we have to try to do is that this dot EMP service dot insert employee of, we are going to pass the new EMP. So what happens to this new EMP object is going to be inserting into the employees array. So let's try the same whether it is working correctly or not. I'm going to insert the values. Yes, it is working right now. So let's write the code for deletion also. For deletion of the record, so let's create a method called delete employee. We are going to remove based on index. IND is a which data type? Number data type. So this is the code for removing the record. Based on index we are going to remove the one record, and we are going to call this delete employee method from here. So what we have to try to do, this dot EMP service dot delete employee I comma I, that's all. So this is how to perform inserting and deleting operations in the employee service. Okay, now so let's check it whether it is correctly working or not. So we have some list of employees. We are going to insert new record, and so it is working. and same like this we are going to write delete. When I click on delete record, it is going to ask like, are you sure to delete? Yes, it is being deleted. Okay, fine, that's fine. So inserting is working as well as delete is working. So this is how we create the services. So what we have done here, we have created the service, added the methods, injected the service into the component, and we are able to invoke the same service methods in the component. This is the overall development of the service. Let's try to create another example which demonstrate the use of the services, where we are going to create the reusable methods and we are going to invoke the same in the respective components. So I am taking an example of we are going to demonstrate an example of discount calculator. So there is a price, there is a discount, and we are going to calculate the net price. Net price equal to price minus discount. For example, the price is 1000, discount is 100, the net price, the actual price the customer has to pay is 900 rupees. So this is the example that we are going to take. Let's see how do we develop this from the scratch. Let's go ahead with the new application. So what we are trying to do is that ngg component discount calculator. Name of the component is discount calculator. Let's open the same. Discount calculator. First I am opening the component and then the template. Inside the component we are going to create necessary properties. So here price is a number data type, discount is a number data type, net price is a number data type. And also we have a constructor for initialization purpose. By default all those are undefined values. When the user clicks on calculate button, we are going to write some code here. That means we have to invoke the service. Then based on these properties we are going to create the corresponding template. So discount calculator, we are going to take a form. So first we are going to take a label, then we are going to take a text box, form control, form label. These two are the classes coming from Bootstrap. Name is equal to price. ng model is equal to what? That means this text box is bounded to which property? Yes, price property. Then we have discount. Name is equal to discount. ng model equal to discount. Then net price. Net price. Net price. Okay. We have also a method. We are going to create a method. Calculate discount. For this we are going to handle the click event only, not ng model. When the user clicks on this, we are going to call the method called on calculate click. And in the next line the net price should be appear. So this is what we have created. And what is a component selector? App discount selector. Remember this. Go to the routing. There is a routing here in the app.module.ts. The routing is available, right? So go to the routing. Here already the discount calculator component has been imported from the source of file. That means the folder name / file name. and already the same has been added as the declarations part of the app module. What next we have to try to do? We have to create a routing for this. So in the routing part we are going to add the path is equal to discount calculator. So whenever the user has entered the URL like a discount calculator, automatically we are going to invoke the component called discount calculator component. So let's enter the URL discount calculator. So it is working with the basic UI, that is price, discount and calculate discount. Okay, so let's add styling for the button. Class is equal to btn and btn info. Okay, so when the user has entered the values like this and click on the button, so this value should be subtracted and the result should be appear in the net price. The net price should not be modified by the user, right? So we have to add something called disabled equal to disabled, which means that user cannot be able to modify the value. Right, now we are going to create the service. How to create the service? ngg service discount service. What is the name of the service? Discount. Here discount is the name of the service. So the file name will be discount.service.ts. So go to discount service. Inside the discount service we are going to create a method called get discount or get net price. We are going to receive the price as argument and the discount as argument, and we are going to return the number as written. So here net price is equal to NP. Net price is equal to price minus discount. Return the net price. So this is the service what we have created. We are going to inject this particular service from the component. So make sure we have added this service to the module. So go to the module, import discount service, from which file? From discount.service. Now we are going to place this service inside the provider section. We can import the services in any order, not a problem. So we are going to inject the discount service. Now we have to load the discount service object into the component. So it is only possible through constructor with the help of dependency injection concept. So make sure already we have imported the discount service. Discount service, from which file? We have to go back to the previous section, right? Previous folder, right? For example, presently we are inside the discount.calculator.component.ts. We have to go to the parent folder, that is app folder. Inside the app folder only we have the discount calculator service file. So to go back to the parent folder we have to use double dot. To locate the same folder, dot slash. To go back to the previous folder, double dot slash. The file name is discount.service. So after importing this discount service in the corresponding component, we have to inject the same. So what we have to try to do is the inject of the discount service. Discount service is of which type? Discount service type, right? Discount service type. And I want to make this discount service variable as a member of the current working class. How do we make the member as a member? By using private. Whenever we have added a private, this particular variable discount service will become as a private object of the corresponding component. So we are able to use this particular discount service variable through this keyword. Here exactly we have to do the same. So this dot discount service of get net price, how many arguments we have to pass? 2 arguments, that is this dot net price and this dot discount, 2 values we are going to supply. And what this method will do, this method will calculate the discount like this, and we are going to return the net price value. That net price value should be assigned into the this dot net price property. This dot net price property. So once we have assigned, the same will be appear in the output. So we are going to enter some details and click on calculate. Simply we are getting the output. So what the process behind this, I will try to explain in graphical way. First, user has opened the user interface. User has opened the user interface. In the user interface, user may enter the value in the text boxes, or he may click on the button, or whatever he wishes he will do. And once the user click on the button, for example, we are going to call the component. So inside this component, what's happening? This component is invoking a method, and that method is invoking the corresponding method in the service. Service contains the reusable logic. So the corresponding method is being invoked from the service, and that service will perform the calculation. So user interface is invoking the component is invoking the service is going to return the value back to the component is being displaying the same to the user interface. Here user interface is also called as a template, because we keep the design logic inside the template only, right? So template is going to invoke the component is invoking the service returns the data back to the component is assigning the same to the template. So this is the process what's happening in general. So you can give n number of examples. For any example, the process will be the same. Template invoke the component invoke the service. Okay, so far we have created the services. We are able to create any number of services, and a service may contain any number of methods, and these methods or properties can be used in any component. So in the next moment, we are going to create one service and invoke the same from multiple components. So that means we are going to share the same property or method from multiple components. That's what the next example is. So check it. We are going to create a service called user login status. User login status is the name of the service here. That means here we are going to store the current working username. So here the user login service, here we are going to store the current working username. Assume by default the current working username is Harsha. So I am going to display this value in every component wherever required, maybe here or here, everywhere. So what we have to try to do, wherever it is required, we have to inject the service, right? So first make sure this service has been added to the module. So go to the module, let's import the service from so and so file. We are importing the service and adding the same service to the provider section. So we have added the service to the provider section, we can see, and from there wherever required we can display it. For example, inside the app component, so as a menu item I want to display the current working username. Here exactly I want to display the current username. But how do we get the current working username? So that's what we have to get it from the service, right? So go to the app component, current username property is there. Use the constructor to inject the services. In other methods we cannot inject the services. So @inject of which service we are going to inject? The user service, user login status service, user login status service is of which type? User login status service type. Now this dot, okay, it's best to write the same in the ng on init method, right? So in the ng on init method, which will execute after the constructor, we are going to write this dot current user name is equal to this dot user login status service dot current working username. That's all. We are fetching the data from the service, assigning the same into current username. The same is going to be displaying in the menu bar. We can see that, right? So wherever you would like to store some data globally and you want to use it in a number of components, including app component or any other component, we have to go for the properties. Wherever you have to perform some reusable logic, then we have to go for the services again. Reusable logic or reusable data can be stored inside the service. So first we have to create the service, then we have to add the service to the module, then inject the service into the component and invoke the corresponding property or method in the corresponding component. This is the overall process that we have to do. So that's all about the services, and in the next class we will meet with the another topic. Thank you. Welcome to Web Technologies training program. In this lesson we are going to understand how to create registration form by using Angular. That means we are going to create the registration form component and also the template. In the template we are going to develop the presentation logic. In the component we are going to write the programming logic. The component has to define the list of properties for binding. For example, I would like to bind the properties like username, password, confirm password, email. So these properties must be stored inside the component, and then we have to bind the same in the respective template. The text box in the template will be binded to a corresponding property in the component. But instead of defining all these properties directly in the component, we can do one thing. We can create the necessary properties as a model class, and we can make the model class as a part of the component, and we are going to access the model properties in the template. That is a recommended way in real time, because in future we are going to represent the same set of data. We need not access the component, we can directly access the data from the corresponding model. So first we are going to create the model class. In the model class we are going to define the list of properties that are meant for binding, and we are going to create the model object in the component. Through the model object of the component we are accessing all the properties of the corresponding model in the template. So, and also we are going to create the URL routing for the registration. So whenever the URL is register, so then we are going to access the registration form component itself. So we are trying to create a registration form along with the following fields: username, password, confirm password, email, password, phone number, etc. So let's try to see the design of the registration form in the pictorial representation. So check it. We are going to have a registration form. Inside the registration form we are going to have the fields like user name or just name, then we are going to create email, then password, then confirm password, annual income, receive newsletters, gender, country, date of joining. These are the set of properties that we have, and for the username we are going to create a text box, email also text box, password also text box, confirm password text box, annual income text box, receive newsletters is a checkbox. Checkbox means yes or no type of information. Next, gender is a radio button. Gender is radio button. Male, female. And country. Country is a drop down list. Country is going to be drop down list of values will be appear, and also date of joining. Okay, these are the set of fields that we have, and finally we are going to have the registration or register. So this is our design that we are expecting to have. So check it again: name, email, password, confirm password, annual income, receive newsletters, gender, country, date of joining. With these fields we are going to create a model class. So let's create a class ng g class. User is name of the class. Make sure that does not exist already. Okay, so already we have the user. Let's create registration user. Name of the class is registration user. So now we have a file called registration user.ts. Okay, where is that? Registration user.ts. In this registration user.ts we are going to declare the necessary properties. What are the properties do you require? Name, email, password, confirm password, annual income, next we have receive newsletters. It is Boolean data type. Next we have next one gender, country, date of joining. So these are the enough properties. Date of joining is going to be string data type, not dated data type. Okay, these are the enough properties that we have declared. So once we have declared essential properties, we are going to create an object for this class inside the registration component. So go to your registration form component, there we are going to create a property called user is a which data type? Registration user data type. So first we have to import the registration user class from the so file, and after importing we are able to create a variable of which type? Registration user type, and inside the constructor we have to create an object for the registration user class. So this dot user is equal to new registration user, and then in the ng on init we have nothing to write. Then we have to create the binding for the registration form component template. So go to your component template, some heading like registration, and we have a form. First we are going to create label name. We are going to create a text box. ng model is equal to user dot name. Here what is user? User is holding an object of the registration user class. In this particular class we have a property called name, so we are going to access user dot name here, and also the name should be username. Class should be form control. So when we run this application and invoke the registration form, here we have the registration name. Then similarly we are going to create remaining. This must be form group, right? Div class is equal to form group. Inside the form group we are going to have the label and a text box. In the next form group we are going to create the email. Input type equal to email. This email text box is binded with user dot email. Name is equal to email. So we have the email text box. We have name text box first, and then also we have email text box. Then we are trying to have password and confirm password. Password input type is equal to password, user dot password. That means this text box value should be binded to which property? User dot password property. Name is equal to password. Next, confirm password. Binded with which property? User dot confirm password property. So we have name, email, password and confirm password respectively. And also we have annual income. Annual income type equal to text, user dot annual income. Here which property we have? Annual income property. The same we are going to bind here. Next, annual income, and then we have receive newsletters. Receive newsletters is a checkbox. Receive newsletters is a checkbox. So we have input type equal to checkbox. What is the name of the property you want to bind? Receive newsletters property. So we have the checkbox, but see, it should be left aligned, right? So we have to create form check. So then it is going to be left aligned, and then we are trying to have another form group. That is gender and the country. So this radio button is binded to user.gender property. Name is going to be gender, and also we have another property male and female For the first one, value is equal to male. For the second one, value equal to female. So we have two radio buttons. So male, female. Next, we are going to have another one, that is country. Country must be drop down list. So the class should be form control. Name is what? Country. This drop list must be binded to user.country. Drop down list is binded to user.country. So now we have option. Default option is please select. We are going to add additional options. For example, India, USA. We can add any number of countries, as many as you wish. So we can select any country, whatever the user wish. And for this please select, value should be empty. That means if the user has selected please select, what item has been selected here? Empty. So next, date of joining. Date of joining. So this must be input tag, type equal to date, user dot date of joining. So there is a date text box. User can choose any date, whatever he wish. So the selected date will be appear here. And then we have button, that is going to be submit button, or we can say register button. Class is equal to btn success. So we have the register button. Now the user will be able to enter the details like name, email, whatever. And he is going to click on some button. So we have selected some details and going to submit. Once we have clicked on submit, these details should be stored in the database. Here we are not going to use any database. We are going to use the local storage as a database. HTML is having something called local storage. The local storage will be stored inside the browser memory. So we can store the data into the local storage. We can get the data from the local storage at any point of time. But here is a complication. Local storage doesn't support the objects and arrays directly. Local storage allows you to store only the JSON objects or maybe the plain strings. So we have to convert your object or array into JSON format. The JSON format will be stored inside the local storage. While retrieving, by default you will get the string format. Again the string format needs to be converted into object or array format. So while storing we have to convert into JSON. While retrieving we have to convert the JSON into object or array format. This is the only way to work with the local storage. So let us try to use the local storage as a database. So we are going to create a new service called registration service. We are going to create a new service called registration service. In this registration service we are going to write the necessary code. So this is by default having something called provided in route. That means this will be imported into app module. And then we are having a method called register. Register is the name of the method. In this method we are going to store the data. Into which one? Local storage. So first we have to get the data right. So we are getting the data of user is of which type? Registration user type. So hopefully we got some data. We are going to create a variable called users. We are getting the existing data from the local storage first. So local storage dot users. But if the users is undefined, that means we are unable to get any data. Then we are going to assign local storage dot users is equal to empty array. We are going to convert the same into the JSON format and then being assigned into the local storage. So local storage dot users is equal to JSON dot stringify of users. That means we are going to convert this array into which format? String format. The string format data will be stored in the local storage. So and then we are trying to add the new object to the existing array. So this dot users of push of user. So here is a complication. By default we are getting the data in which format? The JSON format. So we have to convert, right? So better we have to check the condition first. If local storage dot users is equal to undefined, then we have to do this particular activity, that is users is equal to empty array, and we have to assign the empty array into JSON format into the local storage dot users, and else otherwise users is equal to JSON dot parts of local storage dot users. That means retrieving existing data. By default the data will be stored in which format? The JSON format. JSON format is being converted into which format? Array format, array of objects. So the parts method is used to convert JSON into JavaScript object array. So once it is converted, the result value is going to be stored in the users, and then we are going to add the object to the users. So once we have added the object to the users array, we are going to assign the new data into the local storage. So local storage dot users is equal to the JSON dot stringify of users. So if the local storage is empty, we are initializing some empty object. If your local storage is already having some data, we are going to just retrieve the existing data. We are going to add the new object to the existing array, and updated array will be stored in the local storage again. So this is the process of registration. So this registration method should be called in the corresponding component. So go to the component. Inside the component we are going to create a method called on register click. So in this method we are going to access the service, but we have to access the service through dependency injection. So we will never create the object for the service directly. We have to perform dependency injection in order to access the service. In order to work with the dependency injection, first of all the service class must be injectable, and we have to use inject in order to inject the service object into the corresponding component. It is only possible to inject in the constructor. It is not possible to inject in other methods. So in this component, let's try to use the constructor in order to perform injection. So check it there. In the constructor we are going to write @inject of what service we are trying to access? Registration service, right? Registration service object we are trying to access. And then this registration service must be accessed here. This dot registration service dot, what method we are going to call? Register. What object we are trying to pass? This dot user. But instead of adding the direct object directly, we are trying to create a duplicate object. So where u is equal to new user, we are going to copy, registration user, right? Registration user. We are going to copy the data from the user object into the u object. So u dot name is equal to all the properties we should write: name, email, password. This dot user dot email, password, confirm password, and then annual income, receive newsletters, next gender, country, date of joining, this dot user dot date of joining. We have copied all the data from user to u. Now we have passed the u as argument. Then in order to display the message to user, let's have a property called message, and the message should be assigned to successfully registered. And this message must be displayed below the button, right? So here we are displaying the message. So now we are trying to enter some details. For example, we are assigning abc @gmail.com, abc123, 10,000, receive newsletters, mail, India, some date. Click on register. So we just click on the button. Once we click on the button, what method we are going to call? We are going to call a method called on register click. This method is going to be executing. So after entering the details of ABC, ABC123, 10,000, receive newsletters, gender, country, date, and click on register. So once we click on register, it is saying a message called successfully registered. You can see here. So we can expect the data should be stored. How do we verify the data has been stored or not? You will go to storage. In the storage we have something called local storage. Inside the local storage, click on the URL. So it's a JSON. So we can see the JSON format. Next time when you want to retrieve the data, we can get the data from the local storage.users. So in this example, which is really missing is validation rules are missing. Let's add the validation rules to the form. So in HTML, we have already understood the form validations. That means we have a set of attributes to specify the validation rules. For example, we have input type equal to text, input type equal to email, input type equal to password, input type equal to date, etc. for validations. Also, we have some attributes for validations. For example, required, min, max, etc. attributes for only for validations. So we are able to enable the HTML validations by using the Angular templates. So in the template, we are going to add the necessary attributes for validations. So check there. We are going to add the attribute like required is equal to required. Wherever you feel like it is mandatory, we can add the required equal to required. I feel email is mandatory, password is mandatory, confirm password is mandatory, annual income optional, receive newsletters optional, gender is optional, country is optional. So wherever you feel like okay, country let it be mandatory. Wherever you feel like it is mandatory, we can just add the required equal to required. And also it's a good habit to add the star. So this star indicates it is mandatory. By looking at the star, user can feel that it's mandatory, so that he will be able to enter the value compulsory. So I am just adding the stars wherever required. So now the form is like this. Now there is a problem. I did not enter any values. Directly click on the button. We are getting a message like successfully registered. It is not correct, right? So we have to check the form whether it is valid or invalid. But how do we check the component status inside the code? We have to access the form, right? So in order to do so, we can do one thing. We can create a reference name for this form. How do we give a reference name for the form? By giving #f1 ng form, which means that the current working form reference will be stored inside a variable called f1. Here f1 is just reference name. We can give any name in this place of f1. So we are going to represent this current working whole form as a f1. We are going to pass the f1 as argument to the method. That argument is being received here, of which type? ng form type. Now we can check if f1 dot valid. We are going to execute all this code. If it is invalid, we are not writing any code. Simply we are updating a message like invalid form. Invalid form. So if the form is valid, then only all this code is going to be executing. Otherwise, it is simply saying that invalid form. So currently the form is invalid, right? That means the form is not following the set of rules, right? So I click on the button. So what it is saying? Invalid form. But we have to display the appropriate message to the user, right? So how to display the message? Go to the form. There is something called some set of classes you can notice: ng pristine, ng invalid, and ng touched. So check the classes ng pristine, ng invalid, ng touched. By using these classes we are able to display the message to the user. So let's understand the classes. List of classes for validations in Angular. So the first class is ng pristine. Next ng first untouched, next touched, next pristine, dirty, next ng valid, ng invalid. These are the 6 classes for validations in Angular. By using these classes we are able to identify the current status of the element, whether it is modified by the user or not, whether it is entered by the value is entered by the user or not. So we can identify the status of the form by using validations. The first one, ng untouched. ng untouched, which means that this class indicates that the text box is not touched by the user. So whenever the class is present ng untouched, that means that particular text box is not touched by user. Here touching means clicking. The user has not clicked on the text box at least once. So when the application is loaded, I did not click on the name text box. See, I did not click on the name, I did not click on the email, I did not click on the password, I did not click on anything. So I don't click anything means by default all these are untouched. If you click on name, that particular text box becomes touched, remaining will be still untouched. I click on email, so email also now touched, name is touched plus email also touched, remaining are untouched. So for the untouched text boxes the class will be ng untouched. So for the touched text boxes the class will be ng touched. This class indicates that the text box is touched by the user. Next one, ng pristine, which means that this class indicates that the text box value is not modified by the user. So that is opposite of the same. That indicates, this class indicates that the text box value is modified by the user. Observe the difference. Pristine indicates not modified, that indicates modified. So by default the form is up here. Have you modified the value of any text box right now? No. Now I am going to modify the name. Suppose ABC. Default value is empty. Now the name is ABC. So the value is modified by the user. So which indicates the user has modified. Before modification it was a pristine. After modification it is dirty. So the name is dirty now. Email, password, confirm password, all the remaining are pristine because the values are not modified. If the value is modified it is pristine. If the value is modified it is dirty. If the value not modified, that is pristine. Cursor is not touched means untouched. Cursor is touched means touched. So the next one, ng invalid. This class indicates that the text box value is invalid. Next, sixth one, ng valid. This class indicates that the text box value is valid. So if it is invalid, we are going to display the message, we are going to have a class like ng invalid. If it is valid, that means it is following all the rules of the validations, then the class will be ng valid. So we are trying to apply some style for this. To apply the styles, we have to go to the registration.component.css file. In the CSS file, we are going to write the code. That is, so if it is valid, we are going to show the message like color equal to, otherwise border color green. If it is invalid, we are going to show this. So now we can see a green color border has been applied for the name because it is valid, because the text box saying that it is cannot be blank. It is not blank right now, right? So we can see green color border for the same. But the problem is it is applying for others also which is not touched really. Only for a touched text boxes it has to be shown. So one more condition is ng touched. If it is valid plus touched, then only we are going to show the border color equal to green and also border width equal to 2 pixels. If it is touched and valid, then only we are going to show this border. If it is touched and value is valid, then only we are going to see the border. Notice if it is invalid, we are not going to see anything. So if it is invalid, I am going to show another type of color, that is, if it is invalid, I am going to show red color. So if it is touched, if it is valid means the green color, if it is touched and invalid means red color. Either of these will be applied. So now it is touched and valid, so green color. It is touched and invalid, so red color we can notice. Okay, if it is valid, green. If it is invalid, red. Either of these will be applied. Okay. Also, we are trying to apply some more color. That is, for example, this particular name should be containing only alphabets. How do we specify the name should be alphabets only? By going for the name text box, simply we are saying that pattern is equal to cap symbol, which means the starting point of the string, dollar, which means ending point of the string, A to Z. That means alphabets, uppercase alphabets are accepted, plus A to Z, lowercase alphabets are accepted, plus a space also accepted. Any other than that not accepted. So somebody is typing digits in the name or special characters in the name, that is invalid. It is showing red color notice for the name. Why it is showing red color for email? Because it is empty, right? If it is non-empty, the red color will be clear. So at least one digit you type, that will be invalid. If it is purely alphabets, then only it is valid. So that is the meaning of pattern. So pattern specifies that the regular expression must be checked, and moreover we have to give star. Star means any number of characters accepted. So any number of characters, we can type any number of characters, but it must be having alphabets only, not digits. So you can type any number of alphabets. So like this we can apply several types of validations. So we have just applied a required validation and pattern validation, and we have some other type of validations, and also we have to display validation error messages to the user. So how to display validation error message to user, how to display success message to user, how to display icons if it is valid or invalid, all these things we are going to understand in the next lessons. So that's all for today. Thank you. Welcome to Web Technologies training program. In this lesson we are going to understand the Angular validations. In the last class we have created the registration form, right? So inside the same registration form we are going to add the validations. So what is validation exactly, if you can recollect? Earlier also we have created validations in Bootstrap. So validations is a concept of checking the input values whether those are correct or not. If the value is valid, we are going to display one message. If the value is invalid, we are going to display another message. So the success message will be appear if the value is valid. The error message will be appear in case of it is invalid. The success message should be displayed in green color. Error message should be displayed in red color. Also, we can additionally display the submit button. In the submit button, we can verify whether the complete form is valid or invalid. If the complete form is valid, then we are going to execute the program for storing the data into the necessary storage. For example, local storage in our example. So if the form is invalid, at least one text box is invalid, then we are going to stop the execution of the saving program, and we can display the appropriate message to user. Please enter the correct values, etc. So in order to implement these validations, Angular provides necessary predefined classes and also necessary predefined properties. What are the predefined classes that are provided by Angular? ng invalid, ng valid, ng pristine, ng dirty, ng focus and blur. So let us understand the 6 important Angular validation related classes. Then we will discuss about the Angular properties. So let's check. List of Angular classes for validations. The first one, ng pristine, ng pristine, ng dirty, ng touched, ng untouched, ng valid, ng invalid. We have given a brief overview about all these classes in the yesterday lesson. Let us try to recollect the same and also proceed with the practical use of all these things. So first of all, these classes will be applied only depending on the situation, based on the value that is modified by user or entered by user. For example, if you can notice the name text box, I am trying to open the name text box, have a notice. So I am going to check the name text box. Inside the app root we have div, inside that we have app registration, and inside that we have a div, and inside that we have a form, inside that we have a form group. Let's open the correct form group, and there itself we have a text box. By default this text box is untouched. By default any text box that you have is untouched. Untouched indicates the value, the text box is not touched by user. That means the user did not click on the text box at least once. Once the user clicks on the text box and go out of the text box, automatically it becomes as touched. Once cursor in plus cursor out is equal to touched. So by default the class is ng untouched. Suppose we have clicked on the text box and click outside. Now the same text box become touched. ng untouched has been replaced with ng touched. Same way, once we type some value, and of course we have mentioned required equal to required, and now it is ng valid, which means that required equal to required says that it cannot be blank. Now some value has been typed by the user, right? So the value is valid, right? So if the text box is having valid, the class ng valid automatically gets applied. And if the user has not modified the value, then it is called as ng pristine. If the user has modified the text box value, it becomes ng dirty. So overall, out of the 6, any one will be applied, either ng pristine or ng dirty, ng valid or ng invalid, either ng touched, untouched, either of these only gets applied. Alternatively, so at a time there is a maximum possibility of applying 3 classes in this list. Out of the 6, only 3 will be gets applied maximum. Either pristine or dirty anyone compulsory, either touched or untouched anyone, and either valid or invalid anyone. It is not possible to apply valid plus invalid at a time to the same text box. Notice these classes gets applied automatically by Angular depending on the value what is entered by user. As a developer, we can just only read these particular values and accordingly we can show the styles to the particular text boxes. So let us try to understand when these classes will be applied, when it is not. So sorry, this class gets applied when the text box value not modified not modified by user. That indicates modified by user. So ng pristine indicates the text box value is not modified by the user. That indicates modified by user. When the text box is touched by user, it will be touched. When the text box is untouched by user or is not touched by user, it will be untouched. Next, this class gets applied when the text box value is valid. And ng invalid gets applied if it is invalid. So check the classes. ng pristine gets applied when the text box value is not modified by user. Text box value is not modified by the user. Whatever the default value of the text box, the same is being displayed as it is. If that is the case, ng pristine gets applied. If the user has intentionally modified the value, that means at least one character has been typed by the user, then the class is going to be ng30. But once it becomes 30, it cannot be pristine by default. ng touched will be when the text box is touched by user, that means cursor in plus cursor out, it becomes touched. Once it becomes touched, it never be untouched again. Untouched means the user is not touched the text box. Valid means the text box value is valid. Invalid means the text box value is invalid. So these are the 6 classes gets applied automatically behalf of the validations. So based on these classes, we can apply the corresponding CSS styles. So check the CSS styles. If it is valid and ng touched, that means it is modified by user, and it is valid. If that is the case, we are going to apply green color border, otherwise red color border. So presently the text box value is modified, at the same time it is valid, so green color. In case if it is invalid, you can see red color border. Similarly, email, password, for all these things we can apply required. So for all these, either green or red is being applied. Okay, We have not applied for receive newsletters, gender and country. Date of joining also is mandatory. Okay. So we have applied necessary validations for all these. Next, let us add the necessary validation rules for the fields. So, for example, the name is required. At the same time, I want to accept alphabets only. The name should be required, at the same time alphabets only. How to accept alphabets only? We have to apply the regular expressions. Whenever we say the value is valid, we are going to say it's required. Whenever you have a requirement saying that alphabets only or numbers only or email address or phone numbers, if these are the cases, we have to use regular expressions. In HTML5, we have essential attributes to apply the validation rules. Required says that it is mandatory. Pattern says that it is a regular expression. Based on the regular expression, we can specify the rules like alphabets or numbers or emails, all these things. So let's apply the necessary pattern and required for the text boxes. So check it. For the first one, for the first text box, we are going to apply the regular expression, that is A to Z. That means only alphabets accepted. Let's apply the pattern for email address. Pattern is equal to email. For the email address, suitable pattern is this one. Specify that this is the email address. And for the password and confirm password, we are not applying any regular expressions. Also, for number, we are going to accept only numericals. So we are going to add pattern is equal to cap symbol, which indicates the beginning of the number, 0 to 9, star means any number of digits, and dollar means ending. So this pattern specifies that we are going to accept the numerical values only. And also, so the name should be alphabets only. In case if you have entered any digits, it is showing error message. And email address should be in a correct format. Suppose we have entered some wrong email address, it will show the error message, I mean the red color border at least. In case if you have entered the correct values, then only it is going to be accepting. Password cannot be blank. Confirm password also cannot be blank. And annual income must be number. If you enter the strings, it is going to be error. It must be number. For example, only digits. Okay, so we have entered the name, email, password, confirm password, annual income, all these regular expressions we have applied. So next, let's apply necessary error messages. So in order to display error messages, what we have to try to do, we have to identify the status of the properties. If the value is invalid, then only we are going to show the error message. And also we have to identify the type of the error message. Why it is going to be errored? Is it errored because of required, or is it errored because of pattern? What is the reason of the error? Based on the reason of the error, we have to display the error message. So in order to identify the reason of the error, we have a predefined property called errors. And in order to identify whether it is touched or valid, we are having the respective properties like valid, invalid, touched, untouched. This type of properties we have. Based on these properties, we are able to identify the current status of the text box exactly. Accordingly, we can show or hide the appropriate error message. So let us try to understand the validation related properties in Angular. So let us check it. list of Angular properties for validations. The first one is untouched, touched, valid, invalid, pristine, dirty, and errors. These are the 7 properties available for validations. So the first one is untouched. Untouched can be the true or false. Untouched will be true if the text box value is not touched by user. This will be false in case if the value is touched by user. Next, same like this, touched can be true or false. If the text box is touched by user, this will be true. Not touched by user, this will be false. Just opposite of the untouched. Valid will be true or false, which means that the text box value is valid. Next, text box value is invalid. So if the text box value is valid, it will be true, otherwise false. Then opposite of the same is nothing but invalid. Opposite of the same is invalid. So true means invalid, false means valid. Next one, pristine. If the text box is not modified by user, pristine will be true. Next, if it is modified by the user, this will be false. Opposite of the same is dirty. Modified means true, not modified means false. Next, errors. Next, errors. To identify the list of errors, we have errors. So required will be true if it is error, if it is invalid because of required rule. Same like this, we have pattern. If it is invalid because of pattern, it is errors equal. This will be true. So these seventh one will be used to identify the reason of the error. So to identify if it is invalid because of required, we are going to check this errors dot required. If it is errored because of pattern rule, this will be true. So we are going to check the type of the error in the second one. All this previous already we have seen. So untouched will be true if the text box is not touched. Touched will be true if the text box value is touched by user. Valid will be true if the text box is valid. Invalid will be true if the text box is invalid. Pristine will be true in case if it is not modified, and so on. So now let us check how to display the corresponding messages. For example, we have a message saying that looks good. When I would like to show this message is that whenever the username is valid, at the same time, if it is valid, we are going to show this. So star ng if whenever this username, how to identify this username? We are going to apply some reference name for this. In order to create reference name for this, we are going to have hash followed by the reference name, for example T1 is equal to the ng model. That means we are going to create a reference name for this ng model. So through this name T1 we are going to access this ng model. This T1 is like a nickname or reference name. So in order to do so, what we have to do, T1 dot in or valid. If the T1 is valid, then only we are going to show this. It is valid. At the same time, if it is touched by user, then only we are going to show this message. In what color? Green color. To apply the green color, we are going to apply text success. Text success specifies that it is green color. So we have typed the value. The text box value is valid, right? Then it is going to show the message looks good. Next, if it is invalid, we are going to show another message. So let's create another span which is for invalid. Another span for invalid. If it is invalid, we are going to show the message it is invalid. That means the name cannot be blank. But when this has to be shown, if it is invalid, at the same time it is touched, at the same time another condition is the errors should be required error. In case if it is having required error, then only we are going to show this message name cannot be blank. And for pattern error, we are going to have another error message saying that name can contain only alphabets. So if it is error because of pattern, then only we are going to show the message name can contain only alphabets. So there are two validation rules that is required in pattern. If it is required, if it is the error because of required, we are going to show the first message. Otherwise, we are going to show the second message. So let us check this. As of now, the text box is not touched by user. That's why no message. So in case if it is touched at the same time, we are going to type some value. As it is valid, we are going to show the message looks good. If it is invalid, we are going to show the other message. But it should be in which color? Red color, right? To apply the red color, we are going to say danger. Means red color. In Bootstrap, we have some different colors, right? So if it is invalid because of required rule, we are going to show the message like name cannot be blank. If it is invalid because of pattern rule, we are going to show another message saying that name can contain only alphabets. So the same span tags can be repeated for remaining also, right? So let's apply reference name for the text box. Hash T2 is equal to ng model, and also the span tags. But wherever we are having T1, we have to replace with T2, because T2 is representing the email text box. And what should be the message for this? Email cannot be blank and email is invalid. So if it is invalid because of required rule, we are going to show one message email cannot be blank. If it is invalid because of pattern rule, we are going to show another message called email is invalid. Either of these only will get applied. Similarly, we are going to display the password. For the password, only the first two span tags are enough, because we are not having pattern for the password. So hash T3 is equal to ng model. We are going to have a span tag. If the T3 is invalid because of required rule, then only we are going to show the message password cannot be blank. here T2, right? Okay, so password cannot be blank. And for the confirm password also, only first two spans are enough. So first let's apply the reference name for the text box. Hash T4 is equal to ng model. That means if you want to access this particular text box, we can call it with the name called T4. Then we are going to apply T4, means text box 4. If it is valid, we are going to show the message like looks good. If it is invalid because of required rule, then we are going to show the message called confirm password cannot be blank. And let's apply annual income. For the annual income, the reference name is going to be T5 is equal to ng model, and for the annual income 3 span tags are required, 2 error messages plus 1 success, which is much like this one. These 3 span tags are required because we are having this pattern. What is the reference name for this? T5. Let's replace T5. And then the message is going to be annual income, annual income. So annual income cannot be blank. This is one message. Another message is annual income should contain numbers. And actually for this required rule is not there, right? So we can remove this one. So only one message is enough. That is going to be pattern. So because only we have a pattern for the annual income. So we have applied the error message for all these. So if it is invalid, we are going to show the message like all these things. If it is invalid, we are going to show the message like email cannot be blank, and email is invalid in case if it is pattern wise wrong. If the value is correct, we are going to show the message like looks good. Okay, so for all these validations have been added. And finally, we are going to display the console message. In case if it is invalid, we are not going to submit the data. At the same time, we are going to display the message saying that, okay, let's apply T5. T5 is undefined. It is saying there is some error. T5 hash is missing here, right? So hash T5. Let's check the message again. Okay, so what it is going to show? Invalid form. So finally, we have completed the validations for registration form. Let us repeat the same for login form. Login form also most similar to registration form, and also it is containing only the two fields, that is username and password. So only the username, password we are going to accept. For username only required rule, for the password again required rule. For the username we are going to accept alphabets, digits and spaces. So other characters not accepted. For the password, minimum it should be containing 6 characters. So these are the rules that we are going to check. So let us see how to create the login form and how to apply the validation error message for that. Okay, let's check here. So first let's check, are we having login form here? No, we are not having login form. Let us create the login form and copy the necessary code from the registration form. How to create the new component? ng component. We are going to create a component called login. we are going to create the component called login. So the login component has been created. So once we have created the login component, we just go to the login.component.ts and also login.component.html. So for this login component, if you can open the login.component.ts, so already we are having some code for the on login click method, but for this we are going to keep the condition required. What is the condition we have? Required equal to required, which means that it is mandatory, compulsory to enter. Also we have something called pattern. What is the pattern for email address? Email address pattern is this one. This is the pattern for email address. So it should be containing no spaces and @gmail.com etc. compulsory. And let's apply span tags. So we are going to add a span tag. This should be displayed only in case if the form is invalid. So hash T1 is equal to ng model. T1 is nothing but a reference name. Based on that reference name, we are going to access this text box. So T1 dot invalid and T1 dot touched and T1 dot errors dot required. If it is required if it is errored because of required error, then only we are going to show the message called email cannot be blank. And also we are going to show another message, that is email is invalid. When this message has to be shown if it is errored because of pattern error. And also these two messages should be appear in red color. So class is equal to text danger, because in Bootstrap text danger indicates red color. So go to your login form, and if it is invalid, we are going to show the message email cannot be blank, and password also same. For the password, required equal to required, which means that it is mandatory, and at the same time we have to apply only one span tag. And what should be the reference name for the password? T2. T2 is equal to ng model. Whenever the T2 is invalid and at the same time it is touched and at the same time it is errored because of required rule, then we are going to show the message password cannot be blank. So email is invalid because of required rule, password is invalid because of required rule. We are going to type some email address right now. It is invalid because of pattern rule. So the message has been changed. Now it is valid and password also valid. Then the login form is working and the email address and password is wrong. That's why it is showing invalid login. That's okay. So this is how to implement various types of validations in the registration form as well as login form. So validation is the concept of checking the input values whether those are correct or not. If the values are valid, then we are going to show the success message to user. If it is invalid, we are going to show the another message to user. In order to work with all these things, the Angular provides necessary predefined classes and properties for working with the validations. What are the predefined classes? ng touched, ng invalid, ng touched, ng untouched, ng valid, ng invalid, ng pristine, ng dirty. These are the 6 classes that are having applied automatically by Angular. And also it is providing 7 properties for displaying the validation error messages, like a touched, untouched, valid, invalid, pristine, dirty, and errors. Based on this, we can show or hide the message. So, and why we are using ngIf? ngIf is used to check the condition. Based on the condition, we are going to show or hide the message. If the condition is true, the information will be appear, otherwise will be hidden. So how the error message will be appear dynamically based on the value. Whenever we have typed some value in the text box, automatically Angular will check, okay, this text box value is modified, and it is comparing the text box value with the set of rules that we have mentioned in the tag. We are generally mentioning required and pattern type of errors in the tag. Suppose the text box value is empty. So as per the required, it is saying that it is mandatory, compulsory to enter. And as per the actual value, the text box is empty. So it is not following the rule, right? Required saying that the text box cannot be blank. Text box is really blank. That's why automatically it is applying the necessary class like ng invalid. Based on that ng invalid class, the the span tag is going to be appear automatically, because in the ngIf what we are trying to do, we are trying to check the corresponding validation property, and if the value is true, then only we are going to show the message, otherwise we are hiding. So that is the reason finally the text box is going to be appearing. So Angular duty is that dynamically checking the text box value and applying the classes automatically, and developer responsibility is that checking the validation properties and showing the error message is the responsibility of the developer itself. This is how to implement validations. So in the next moment we are going to implement some pipes. What is pipe? Pipe means we are trying to convert the value before printing. There is a value, before the printing I want to convert. Whenever you want to convert the value before printing, we have to use pipe. For example, I want to convert the number into some text based format. Instead of displaying the number, for example 100, we are going to display the text like the complete spelling we are going to display. So to convert the value before printing, we have to use the pipes. And there are several predefined pipes called number, currency, etc. So let us try to implement all these pipes practically. So check there. Pipes. Pipes are used to convert the value before printing. Before printing, if you want to convert the value, we have to use the pipes. For example, we have a value 10. We have to give the value 10 to the pipe. What this pipe will do, it will convert the same into words, for example 10. So the input that we are providing is the real number, but the pipe is receiving it and converting the value into the corresponding format called 10. So this kind of conversions are done by the pipe. So let us try to implement the pipes. In our application, I am going to implement pipes in the about page. So let's go to about component. Let's go to about component, and inside the component we are going to have necessary properties. For example, we are having something called as number. N value is number data type. In the constructor, we are going to initialize a value. For example, the n is equal to 80,000. So I want to display this particular value as it is. To display the value as it is, we don't require any pipe. But I want to convert the value, then display means then we have to use pipe. How to display the value? If you want to display the value of n as it is, we can use the interpolation binding, right? So here the n value is going to appear as it is. See, as it is, the n value, that is 80,000, is being displayed as it is. But I want to convert this value into digit grouping. For every 3 digits you want to apply grouping. What we have to try to do at that time, we have to call a pipe, hey pipe, take this particular value and convert the value. So we are going to apply pipe symbol followed by the number. So what happens right now, we are not going to print the value directly. First value is given to pipe, is going to be given the value. The pipe result value is being displayed in the output. So what is the pipe we are using right now? Number. Here number is not a data type, number is a pipe here. So this pipe is receiving this particular value n and then converting the same into digit grouping. The converted output is going to be displayed in the result. So similarly, let's apply another one, that is currency. What this currency will do, it is also digit grouping, and at the same time decimal places will be added, that is 00, and also the currency symbol also will be gets added. The default currency symbol is $, and we can change the currency symbol by providing an argument value for the pipe. Pipe argument value is nothing but colon. Let's apply, for example, INR, means Indian rupees. So now we can notice the Indian rupee symbol has been displayed because we have mentioned INR. The default value here itself is USD. That means dollar symbol will be displayed by default. If you don't mention anything, also by default dollar. And in case if you want to display Indian rupees, we have to go for INR. So like this, we have several predefined pipes. So we are going to discuss about the pipes exclusively separately in the further lessons. So that's all for today. Do practice and thank you. Welcome to Web Technologies training program. In this training program, we are going to understand about angular pipes. In the last class, we have seen the registration form and login form. We are going to now learn the pipes. What is pipe? Pipe is a value converter. That means it is a predefined class which is receiving a value and converting the value into the required format and returning the same. For example, we can convert the units. For example, we can convert the square yards into square feet. Otherwise, we can convert the hundreds into thousands, or we can convert the hours into minutes, or we can convert the centimeters to inches, or we can convert from any format to any format. From the numerical to string, or string to number, a single value can be converted from one format to another format by using the pipes. Angular comes up with some built-in ready-made pipes. These are useful for common scenarios and common purposes. Whichever the requirements we have of ourselves, we can create our own pipes. So in the today's lesson, we are going to understand about how to use the predefined pipes, at the same time how to create our own pipes, which is also called as custom pipes. So built-in pipes, let us discuss first. Inside the built-in pipes, we are having uppercase, lowercase, number, currency, date, this type of predefined pipes. So let us try to discuss about all these pipes which are all available in the Angular. So let's understand the predefined pipes in Angular. Predefined pipes in Angular. What are the predefined pipes? First one is uppercase, second one is lowercase, next number, date, and JSON also we have, plus slice we have. These are the built-in or predefined pipes in Angular. Now let us try to understand how to use all these predefined or built-in pipes. Okay. In order to understand this, we are taking the about component as an example. Inside the about component, we are going to create the necessary properties. In the corresponding template, we are going to display the same. So only we are trying to work with the about component and about template. So I am closing all the remaining other files. Only I am keeping the about component definition and about component HTML file as a open. So let us understand first. Let's try to prepare something called as person name. It is a which data type? String data type. We can initialize the value in the constructor because when we create object for the class, automatically the constructor will execute. There what are we trying to do? This dot person name is equal to some name we are trying to provide, for example Harsha. So I would like to display this particular name as it is. In order to display the value as it is, we need not use any pipe. So directly we can mention the name of the property. So the property value will be appear as it is. Also let us take a table for clarity. We are going to take a table. In the first TD we are going to display the label, that is person name. In the next one we are going to display the expression or interpolation binding, that is person name. So here the person name is going to be appear. Let's run this, and once we go to about page right now, we can see the person name equal to Harsha. It is displaying the value as it is. Next we are going to apply the table style, that is class is equal to table bordered. Now we can see the full table, person name with Harsha. I want to display this particular person name with uppercase. So pipe symbol uppercase. Now we can see the person name in uppercase. Whatever the name we have entered here, the same name is going to be converted into uppercase. So how this is going to be converting? Whichever the value we have given, that is called that is being stored inside the component property. So first we have a component property. This component property value we are going to give or supply to the pipe. There is a predefined pipe called uppercase. What this pipe will do, it will convert the same to the uppercase. This is going to be the result or output, we can say. For example, the component property is nothing but person name is equal to Harsha. This is the component property what we have. The uppercase pipe we have used. What this uppercase pipe is trying to do, it is converting this value Harsha into the capital letters. So this is going to be displayed to the user. This is what the developer has given. This is what is going to be displaying in the output. Okay. So just like we have used person name uppercase, we can also use lowercase. Person name in lowercase. So now we can see the value in lowercase. Even though we have given one letter capital, for example, I am going to provide H capital here, but the lowercase output will be purely lowercase. So this is what the original value is. This is going to be converted into uppercase. This is lowercase. Okay, so here we are going to use pipe symbol followed by uppercase, lowercase. Whenever we are using pipe symbol followed by some name, that name is nothing but called as a pipe. So that's what I was saying. Uppercase, lowercase, these are all what? Pipes. The syntax of using the pipe, as you can understand in the example itself, inside the double curly braces, that is interpolation binding, into uppercase. The second one, lowercase, it converts the value into lowercase. So uppercase will convert the value into uppercase, lowercase will convert the value into lowercase. The next one, third one, number, it is used to apply digit grouping. What is the meaning of digit grouping? For example, if you follow the syntax of property pipe symbol number, so this is going to be printing the value like, for example, 1000 is our input. Once we have used the above mentioned syntax, the output will be 1 comma 1000, 1 comma 0 0 0. That means for every 3 digits it is going to add 1 comma. So let's create a number. For example, salary of the employee. Salary of the employee, for example, I am giving some large value. I want to display this value as it is, means we need not use any pipe. So salary, I am going to display the value as it is, right? So we need not use any pipe. So the value is going to appear as it is. But whenever I would like to apply the digit grouping for this, then we have to use number. So I am going to repeat the same, but now I am going to give number, pipe symbol number. So check and focus there. For every 3 digits we got the comma, right? Next, whenever we are going to use currency, it is doing the same thing, but also adding the currency symbol. It is also applying the digit grouping, also adding the decimal places, also adding the currency symbol. And of course we can change the currency symbol. By default it is going to take it as USD, that is dollar. We can specify the currency name, so currency symbol will be provided automatically. So let's add the same in the document. The fourth one is going to be currency. It is used to specify the currency symbol. It adds digit grouping, currency symbol, and decimals. We can specify the number of decimals also. So how do we specify the currency symbol? The default, as I said already, it is USD. We can specify the currency name by using the colon argument. Colon, inside the double quotes we can provide any currency name, any valid currency name. For example, by default USD, right? So we can specify popular names like INR. So we got Indian rupee symbol. So like this we can specify any valid currency name in capital letters here. If you mention any wrong value, see, the wrong value is displaying the value as it is. So it has no use. That's why we can specify any valid name. But sometimes it will be useful. For example, I want to display RS instead of INR. That means instead of Hindi rupee sign, I want to display RS. So then we can specify the same as it is. So RS dot we have added. This currency symbol will be as it is printed there. Okay. And in case of number, we can specify the number of decimals. For example, after the point I want 2 decimals, so we can specify 0.2, which means that the number of decimals is going to be 2 decimals you are expecting. So also the digit grouping plus decimal places we can specify in the number, only except the currency symbol. In case if you want the currency symbol, we can use a currency. Okay, the next one, date. If you want to specify the date format, then we have to go for the date formats, date, month, year, or year, month, date. Any kind of date format we can compose by using date, something called as a date. So how do we specify the date format? Let us try to understand. First, let us take a date type of variable. For example, date of joining is of which data type? Date data type. So this dot date of joining is equal to new date. It is going to display the date. If you print this date of joining as it is, for example, I am going to take date of joining, I am going to print it as it is, date of joining. It is a case sensitive, so you should write the code correctly. So the date is going to be printed in this format. Generally we don't expect this format, right? So this is the actual default format of date in JavaScript, which we don't expect in normal situations, right? But how do we specify in the user expected format? That's what the date pipe will do. So we are going to add the date pipe, that means pipe symbol, date, followed by several options we have. For example, if you can specify short date, by giving the short date, we can see month, date, year is going to be displaying. That year in 2 digits. That means instead of 2018, it is going to display like 18. And the date will be normal. For example, 27. Month is going to be 9 instead of 09. So very short format it is going to display. This is one case. The other option that we have is medium date. By adding the medium date, what do you mean? So we can expect the medium date. Check it out. Medium date means the month name, that is SEP act, like this, 3 characters followed by a space and then followed by a date, comma, then the full year. So this is going to be the medium date. Medium date means this one. Next also we have long date. By adding the long date, what do you mean? The long date is going to be displaying the full month name. Okay, for example, September space, the actual date, for example 27, then followed by the year. So this is going to be the date of joining. So we have seen 3 formats, that is, check the output, short date, medium date, long date. We have 3. The other one that we have is, we have several, don't worry. So many formats available, I am going to show one by one. The next one, full date. By adding the full date, what do you mean? See, the full date look like this. It includes the weekday name followed by the month name and the remaining as it is, same as the full date, long date. And then we also have something called short time. I am coming to the time actually. Previously we have concentrated on only date, but now time also can be displayed. Time includes the minutes and hours. The two, instead of 03, it is going to display the short number, that is 3. So we also have something called long time. No, medium time first. Medium time means Okay, I will demonstrate quickly all remaining. So medium time, long time also we can add. Short time, medium time, long time. So have a look once. Short time, okay, medium time, long time. That is the difference. What is the difference between medium time and long time? Medium time means hours, minutes, seconds also being displayed. At the same time, long time means just like medium date time, it is going to display hours, minutes, seconds plus AM or PM plus GMT plus 5:30 or just 5. That means the time zone also being displayed in case of long time. The next one that we have, just a short, medium. Short, medium. So what do you mean by short and medium? Let's try to understand here. Short means short date, comma, short time. Medium means medium date, comma, medium time. Okay, short date plus short time is equal to short. Medium date plus medium time is equal to medium. That's all. And how to specify the custom formats? That means user defined formats. Let us try to understand. User defined formats means we can compose our own format. For example, date, month, year format generally we are expecting, or year, month, date. This is other format that you are expecting. Okay, the people expects month, date, year is default, already it was presented. Date, month, year is some people will go for this, and year, month, date. And also you can check the output here. So now it is going to display, see, date, month, year in this case, and in this case it is year, month, date. Okay, so here D for date, M for month. M must be capital. Don't use M as a lowercase because lowercase m is representing the minutes, and Y for year. Next, and also we have hours and minutes. How to display hours and minutes? I mean the time, custom time can be added like this. HMS means hours, minutes, seconds. And in case if you want to follow the 24-hour format, H must be caps. And if you want to display AM or PM, just we can add A. So now we can try to display hours, minutes, seconds followed by AM or PM. It is going to be displayed like this, and in this case it is a 24-hour format, right? So the difference between the 12-hour format and 24-hour format is 12-hour format hour is small lowercase h, and 24-hour format is h caps. That is the difference. And next one we also have something called EE, WE. Next M. Next WM. So 4 options we have, check it out: EE, WE, M, WM. So we can check it out there. EE indicates the weekday name, that is a short name, that is THU, FRI, SAT, etc. Just maximum 3 characters. But WE indicates, which means 4 E characters indicates the full weekday name. M indicates the month name in shortcut. 4 times EM, that means WM means the full month name is going to be displaying. And then we also have something called the last and final one, the time zone. If you want to display the time zone, we can go for Z, capital Z, which indicates the current working time zone. India Standard Time is our time zone, that is 5:30. Okay, it is working as per the client side settings. That means in the date and time settings, if you can open the control panel, the current time zone is being displayed, right? So that's what the system will take. So presently we have been set like 5:30 as per the India time zone. So accordingly it is working. That means what, in case if you change in the settings screen, the same output is going to be affected automatically here. And sometimes we would like to display some custom names. So if you want to display the custom names, that means user defined names, how do we display? For example, I want to display quarter 1, 2, 3, 4. So out of 12 months, if I am inside the January to April, I want to display quarter 1. Like this, for every 4 months I want to change the quarter name. So quarter 1, 2, 3, 4 I want to display. For finding out the quarter name, there is no any predefined code or predefined pipe. So we can write our own logic. We have two options in this case. Either we can go for the custom pipe or we can use the ng switch. First I will show the case of ng switch. Then we will implement the same by using the custom pipe. The benefit of going for custom pipe is it is useful for reusability. That means in different forms we may require the same requirement. We need not rewrite the complete logic. The logic which is written only one time can be useful for multiple pages or multiple screens. But in case if you want to use it only one time, you don't want to plan for reusability and you want to go easily, then you can go for the writing the ng switch ourselves. So let us write the ng switch ourselves in order to find out the name of the quarter based on the current month. Okay, let's go for the ng switch. So in the ng switch, we are going to take a td ng switch. I am going to take something called span tag. Okay, the span tag. For this span tag, we are going to add the ng switch. That means it is much like a switch case in programming. Switch case usually will be having a number of cases, right? Okay, by the way, what is the name of the property we would like to check? Date of joining, pipe symbol, date m. Okay, that's all. So what this means, this indicates we are getting the month, that means month number. Based on the month number, we are going to write the code. I mean, month number may be 1, 2, 3, whatever. So based on the month number, we are going to display the different cases. So inside the span, I am going to use another span followed by ng switch case is equal to 1, which means that whenever the value of n, that means month number is going to be 1, then what should you display? That is, I am going to display quarter 1. So we got the logic. We can repeat the same for all the remaining months. I am going to paste 12 months. So 1 to 12. One to 12 months, and the last one also useful. I am not deleting it. So if whenever the value is equal to 1, that means the month value of date of joining is equal to 1. What do you want to display? Quarter 1 I want to display. Then quarter 2, 1, 1. So for all these months of month 1, 2, 3, 4, we can display the quarter 1 only. But in case of May 5, we are going to display quarter 2 for 4 months. From the 9th month we are going to display the quarter 3. Sorry, here. Okay, here 3, here 4. Okay. So now once we have finished, the last one is useful for us, that is ng switch default. For the ng switch default we need not supply any value. That means whenever the above conditions are false, not matching, then at that time what should be displayed is none. I would like to display. So by mistake, by chance the date is given wrongly by the user. The user has given the month maybe 13 or 15 or whatever out of the range. So because of that user mistake, this should not show error, simply it has to display none. So check the output. Presently, as per now, we are in the quarter 3, right? So it is showing the Q3. This is how to work with the ng switch. But the problem in this approach is, what are the logic we have written here will be useful only for this particular page. If you want the same logic or same output in another component, maybe in another template, you would like to repeat the same code there also. So overall in a big project you want the same code in 100 times, means 100 times we have to copy paste the same set of tags. The redundancy of the code is being increased, right? That means you are writing the same code multiple times in overall the complete project. That's why we don't suggest writing the ng switch for this kind of cases. Alternatively we can go for the pipes. The benefit of pipe is, even though it is a bit complex, we can reuse it. We can create the pipe only one time, but we can repeat the same many times. So let us try to understand how to work with the custom pipes, means user defined pipes. Okay. Custom pipes. The meaning of custom pipes is user defined pipes. That means the pipes which are developed by the user is called as user pipe. Here user means the developer itself. So how to create the pipe? Let's have requirements for that. For example, we have a monthly salary of the employee. For example, it is 1000. I want to display annual salary of the employee automatically in the output. So that is 1000 into 12, that is equal to 12,000 I would like to display as output. So how do we achieve this requirement? How do we convert this monthly salary into annual salary? By performing this particular operation. This particular code should be inside the pipe. This logic should be inside the pipe. So the general requirement of the pipe is, the general nature of the pipe is, the pipe is going to be a class which is receiving some argument, one or more argument values from the outside, and doing the operation or some calculation and returning the result value. What of the value that we have written in the pipe, that is going to be displaying in the output directly. Whatever component has given, that we are taking the input from the component, doing the calculation and providing the calculated result value to the corresponding output. This is going to be the general requirement or process of the pipe. So let us see how to create the pipe practically. So let's take a new instance of the command prompt window, and we have to enter to the path, right? The same path what we have given previously, that is C:\Angular 3 PM app1. So there we are going to provide a command called ng, G for generate, pipe what we are going to create is pipe. Name of the pipe is, for example, salary converter. What is the name of the pipe? Salary converter is the name of the pipe. So these files have been created. Check it out. salary-converter.pipe.ts, app.module.ts updated, and a spec file also gets generated, of course. So the main considerable changes is it has created something called salary converter pipe.ts, which is this one. So this class has been created automatically, and moreover here is a class, right, and it is having export, right. So this class is going to be importing into app.module.ts, meaning here, and automatically the same pipe is being added here. So these are the changes. We are importing the salary pipe here from the so and so file, and we are going to add this particular pipe to this particular module. If you don't add this pipe to the module, it will not be a part of the module. That means the other components which are present in the same module cannot access this pipe. So it is already present, fortunately. So it is ready to use. Here the question, how do we call this particular pipe? In order to call the pipe, there is a predefined name here. Of course, we can give any name alternatively. Instead of giving the salary converter, we can give any other name, and the same name has to be used here for displaying. So custom pipe, and here we are going to pass the salary followed by the pipe name, that is salary converter. Okay, so this salary converter will be invoked automatically now, and also this salary value automatically will be given to this value argument. So look at the syntax of the pipe. Pipe is fundamentally a class. Salary converter pipe, for example, inches to centimeters pipe. So we can provide any name followed by the fixed name, that is pipe, in order to identify that it's a pipe. And then this class can be accessible in other files, right? So that's why we are going to provide like export. By giving export, we are making this class accessible to others. And also we are implementing an interface called pipe transform. This pipe transform interface saying that it is having a compulsory method called transform method. This method will be automatically called while executing the pipe. Here we are going to call the pipe, right? Automatically it is creating an object for the class and invoking the transform method. Whatever the logic we have written here, that will execute, and whatever we written here, that is going to be printing. For example, we are giving like blindly 100, for example. So whatever we have given, this will be blindly displayed as output. You can see the output like 100. Anyway, how to add the custom logic here and how to work with the practical use of the pipes, all these things we are going to understand in the further lessons. So today what we have understood so far, if you can check it out, today mainly we have discussed about the predefined pipes. Also, one or two predefined pipes are pending, and the practical impact of the custom pipe also pending. So we will discuss about the pipes topic, remaining things, in the next class. That's all for today, and thank you. Welcome back to Web Technologies training program. In the today's lesson, we are going to understand about angular pipes part 2. That means the yesterday lesson was about angular pipes part 1. So there we have understood some of the predefined or built-in pipes and also just syntax introduction to custom pipes. Today we are going to complete the all built-in pipes and also we are going to implement the real custom pipes. So different types of pipes we are going to develop. So first let us finish the built-in pipes or predefined pipes. Before that, try to recollect what is pipe. Pipe is a class which is receiving a value and doing some process or calculation such as converting the numbers into words and returning the string value. Whatever the string value we have returned from the pipe, that is going to be displaying in the output directly. For example, I am going to give the number 100 as input to the pipe, and the pipe is receiving such a value and adding the digit grouping. For every 3 digits, comma is being added and the final value is being given to the corresponding pipe, corresponding output. This is the general functionality of a pipe. Yesterday particularly we have discussed about the predefined pipes like uppercase, lowercase and also the number, date. These are the 4 predefined pipes that we have discussed in the last class practically. So we have not discussed about 2 built-in pipes, that is a JSON and a slice. So those things we are trying to understand right now. So let us get started with understanding the slice pipe. So check it, slice. It is used to get a part of the string from actual string. Assume you have a string and you want to get a part of this string. That means you are going to get a small portion of this string. For example, you are going to get, we have a value, for example AB, for example Microsoft. Okay, so we want to get only this part of the particular text. So as a result of this pipe, we are going to get this result value. Microsoft is input, CRO is output, which is a part of the Microsoft. But how do we specify the specific number of characters? We can specify the starting index and ending index by using the slice pipe. Okay, let us see the same example practically. So inside the about component, we are going to create the company name is equal to Microsoft. I want to display this company name as it is. So in order to display the company name as it is, we are going to take one td company name, and in the second td we are going to display the actual company name like this. Okay, that's right. So presently we are displaying the company name as it is. If you have a look at once about the output, so we are displaying the name as it is, that is Microsoft. Okay, now I want to get only the part of the string by using slice, means cutting. Getting a part of the string is called a slice. So you want to get the starting from which character, that is C. What is the index position of C? Check it, 0 1 2. 2 is the index for C. Index starts from 0, right? So we are going to provide the argument value, that is 2. Once we provided argument value 2, what exactly happens is automatically the starts with the C. That means position number 2 is at C, so it automatically starts with C. But C onwards up to ending we are getting by default. But you want to get only the 3 characters, right? 3 characters means what is the last index? If the string is Microsoft, what is the last index? Let's count. So C is already 2 as we know. R is 3, O is 4, okay, S is 5. So we have to provide the value S. S is 5, which means that up to less than 5. Less than 5 is nothing but up to CRO. So I will show this graphically to understand this. So let's write the characters called Microsoft this is the string what we have, sorry, this is the string what we have provided. Let's write the index is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this is the existing string actually. So Microsoft totally 9 characters, index will be 0 to 8, but we have provided 2 comma 3, the arguments, sorry, 2 comma 5 we have provided as inputs. So what do you mean by 2 and 5? So it will start from the 2, ends with less than 5. What is the less than 5? That is 4. That is 2, 3, 4 only it will consider. 2, 3, 4 position number characters are CRO, right? So that's why this part of the string is being get. Okay, remaining will be omitted. That is less than 5. Less than 5 means 4. If you want to get including 5, we have to provide a 2 comma 6. If you want to get including 6, 2 comma 7. So we have to add plus 1. Suppose you want to get up to 7, so we have to provide the argument like 8. So this is the consideration that you should have. Okay, so as I want to get CRO, so I am providing 2 and 5. Okay, that's fine. Next, so this is all about the slice. Next one, 7th one, no, 5th one, JSON. So about JSON we have discussed already in the the JavaScript lessons. So JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. JSON is a special format, string format of an object. We are going to describe the object in the form of a string by using the JSON. Particularly JSON is useful for storing the data and retrieving the data from the local storage, and also JSON is particularly useful for sending the data to server as a submittable data and retrieving the data from the server back to the client. So particularly servers like PHP or Node.js or .NET or ASP.NET, all these providing the response in the form of JSON format. For example, we are going to submit the hall ticket number 101. Based on the hall ticket number, I want to get the corresponding mark sheet. The list of marks like subject code, subject name, marks, grade, all these details will come in the form of which format? JSON format we are getting. The JSON format is nothing but a string format. The JSON or string format is being converted into object or object array by using JSON.parse, and then we are going to display in the respective place. This is already we have seen practically in the earlier lessons of jQuery and JavaScript. But coming to this one, so for example, we have an object. In Angular, we have an object which includes some details about the person, for example, person name, first name, last name, email, whatever it is. We are going to print the object as it is in the output by using interpolation binding, but it will not work by default. Since it is an object, it is going to print the output like object space object. What are the data it may be, what are the properties methods it may be inside the object, it is going to print the output like object space object. It is not printing actual details or methods. So if you want to display the list of properties or methods inside the particular object, we have to convert this data into JSON format, right? So earlier we have done with JSON.stringify. So the same I want to perform. JSON.stringify can be done by using JSON pipe. In Angular, JSON.stringify can be done by using JSON pipe. JSON pipe is used to receive an object, that means a JavaScript object, and convert the same into JSON and return the same back to the output. So this is all about the JSON pipe. Let's see the same practically here. For example, here we are going to add some details about the person. So address details, it is any, that means an object. It is not a string data type, it is not a number data type, it is any, which includes door number, suppose 1-2-3 for example, street is ABC street, city is XYZ street. I just provide some details and I would like to display this address as it is to the user. So if you are displaying the address like this, with a TD address if you are printing this address as it is, so it is printing like object notice. We are expecting actual data to display, but it is not displaying actual data. It is going to display object, which we don't expect. If you want to convert this address into in a JSON, we have to give JSON pipe. So now the address is being converted into JSON format. The JSON format is going to be displaying in the output. Now you can see as it is JSON, it is having double quotes for every property. So whenever you have an object and you want to print this object data as it is in the form of JSON, we have to use JSON pipe. So what you can write here, it is used to convert the object into JSON format. So that's all. Like this we have completed all the pipes. In the yesterday lesson we have discussed about uppercase, lowercase, number and date, and in the today's lesson we have understood the JSON and the slice. So with this the built-in or predefined pipes have been completed. Now we are going to understand the custom pipes. Yesterday at the last moment we have created a new pipe. Anybody remember? Otherwise I will delete the existing pipe and recreate the existing pipe and show the custom pipe development from the scratch. So let's understand the context first. What is a custom pipe? A pipe is a class which is used to convert the value before printing. Instead of printing the value as it is, we are going to give this value to the pipe. Apart from the actual value, we can also pass additional value. For example, in the date pipe we are giving the date value, at the same time we are giving the date format. That means two inputs we are providing. One is the property, other one is the format. So like that we can pass the actual property value and additional arguments if any to the pipe, and the pipe is going to convert the value, return the value, but importantly whatever we have written in the pipe, that is going to be displaying in the output directly. So let's understand the custom pipe. And the custom pipe why we are developing is we are developing the pipe for converting the length. For example, you are converting the inches to feet. So I want to convert the inches to feet. For that requirement we are going to create the custom pipe. Let's see how to do that. So we have to create a new pipe. Before that, let me delete the existing pipe. If you can check the tree, there is an existing pipe called salary converter pipe. So we are going to delete it because I want to show the same practically from the scratch. And also we have to remove the respective lines in the app.module.ts. Otherwise we will get unnecessary errors. Okay, let's create cd c:\angular 3pm app1. Now we are going to apply ngg. What you are going to generate? Pipe you are going to generate. Name of the pipe is length converter. Here length converter is just name of the pipe. Length converter is name of the pipe. We can provide any name in this case. We can give any other name. For example, I want to create one more pipe called ngg pipe salary converter. Like this we can provide any number of pipes. We have created two pipes, that is length converter and a salary converter. Okay, so the length converter and salary converter has been added automatically. Okay, it's not added automatically, we have to add it. So import salary converter from salary converter pipe. Okay, I think it is going to show the error. It has an error. Let me delete the salary converter pipe spec.ts. That's for the reason of error. Okay, now let us recreate the same. Yeah, now the salary converter has been created. Now it works. So the salary converter pipe we are going to declare from so and so file, and we are going to add the same as a member of the declarations. So the step number 1 is we are going to import the salary converter pipe from the so and so file, and then we are going to add the same pipe as a part of the declarations over here. So then it will be a part of the module, and then we can open the source code of the salary converter and write the essential code. For example, in the salary converter pipe, as we discussed yesterday, we are going to convert the monthly salary into annual salary. Here we have a special type of method called transfer method. So every pipe must and should have a method called transfer method. So what is the reason, what is the guarantee that every pipe must have a transfer method? Suppose I am not going to create a transfer method in the pipe. So will it work? It will not work. So that guarantee is provided by the pipe transform interface. Generally, an interface is a collection of methods. Whenever we are implementing the interface, all its methods must be implemented in the respective class. Okay. So we are going to import the pipe transform interface from the Angular/core package, and we are going to implement the pipe transform interface, and we are going to create a method called transform method, which is a part of pipe transform interface. This method will get called automatically when we invoke the pipe. By the way, how do we invoke the pipe? The name is the salary converter, right? So we are going to call the salary converter pipe in the about component exactly like this. We have just provided, so we have just provided salary converter name here. So this will invoke the salary converter pipe. Automatically this salary value, that is in our example salary something, suppose 1000 we are providing, this 1000 will be supplied as input to the transform method. It will come to the value argument. There is a method called value argument. This value argument is representing the actual value of the salary. So if you return this value as it is, what happens is the same salary value is being displayed as it is. There is no change actually, but we can make any changes. We can add any custom logic in this. Before returning, we can just add, for example, into 12. So what happens now? Value will not be returned. Value into 12, the result will be returned. That is, we are going to get 12,000 instead of 1,000. So that's what the benefit of the pipe is. So the pipe is used to do some calculations. We can also do one thing. We can create a dummy variable like this. For example, annual salary is equal to value into 12. Then we can return the annual salary. We can also write any custom variables and custom logic. So whatever, one thing is for sure, whatever you return here, that is going to be displayed in the corresponding output over here. So this is one type of pipe, and also we have created another custom pipe, right? So let's talk about that. The other pipe that we have created is length converter pipe. Length converter pipe. If you can check there, length converter is a pipe. How do we say it's a pipe? It's having a decorator called @pipe. So whenever we have a decorator called @pipe, that is considered as a pipe. That means if you delete this, it is no longer a pipe actually. Still it's having pipe transform interface, it is having a suffix called pipe, it is having a transform method, but still it's not a pipe because it is must be having @pipe decorator, which specifies that this class is qualified as a pipe. Then automatically this implements pipe transform, and the transform methods gets added to the same. And here the name specifies the calling name, with which name you want to call this particular pipe, that is declared as a name here. So for example, I want to call the pipe here. So we have a new property, for example, the length is, for example, I mean 16. Okay, 16 I mean inches. I am assuming it's inches. So I am going to print the length inches. So it is going to print the 6 inches as it is. I don't like this. I want to convert into feet, for example. Instead of printing 16 inches, I would like to print like feet. So there is a requirement of converting the inches to feet, right? So that is done by the length converter pipe. So what is the name here we have declared? Length converter. So we have to call it here. So whenever we have mentioned the name of the pipe, this length value will go as input to this value argument, and whatever we have written that will be printed. So we are going to return the value as it is, means whatever we have given as it is will be come out from the pipe. So there is no any change. So what happens now, the same value whatever we have given 16 as input, the same value came out as output. Next, instead of doing like that, we can also write like divided by 12. That's all. So what happens now, 12 inches is equal to 1 feet. So we are getting the output like sorry. Now, so we are getting the output like 1.3333, 1.3 inches. So I want to print the output like 1 feet and so remaining inches, for example maybe 4 inches. So I want to print like 1 feet and 4 inches. I will write here, I want the output like 1 feet and 4 inches. This is the expected output for me. So we have to write such a logic. Instead of simply writing by 12, we can write like feet is equal to value by 12, and you would like to get only the integer value. That's why we are going to get math.floor. So what this math.floor will do, it is going to get only the floor value, that is instead of getting like 1.33 some change, you will get only the just 1. So inches is equal to value minus feet into 12. So value means, for example, 16. In our example 16. So 16 minus feet into 12. What is feet? Feet means here 1, right? So 1 into 12. Okay, this is the output. So 1 into 12 is nothing but 12. So 16 minus 12 is equal to 4. So final answer is 4 inches. So that will be stored in the variable called inches, and then what are we trying to do is that we are concatenating a string saying that S is equal to feet plus feet. This is actual value and this is going to be just a string value, and so and so inches, then the string value inches, then we are going to return the same. So n number of feet and n number of inches. This is going to be the actual variable, this is also variable, remaining are string values. Now we can see the output exactly we got, and let me delete this literal. Okay, so we are passing the length variable value to the length converter. This length converter is going to receive the value as value argument, and we are dividing by 12 and taking the floor value into the feet, and we are going to write like value minus feet into 12, that is the inches value. Then we are going to concatenate a string so and so feet and so and so inches. The same whatever we written here, same will be as it is printed in this place. So we can expect the corresponding output like 1 feet and 4 inches. But we have a serious problem here. What if the value is having exactly 12? So whenever the value is exactly 12 or 24, something like that, if it is exactly divisible by feet without any remainder, we are getting this output like 1 feet and 0 inches like this. We are particularly getting 0 inches. So in this case, it has to exactly display 1 feet, and this part end 0 inches should not be added, right? So we have to keep the condition whenever in the pipe. So whenever inches is greater than 0, then only we have to consider this. Otherwise, we have to consider other. So we are going to take something that is whenever the inches is greater than 0, this value as it is, no changes. Whenever the inches value is equal to 0, just we have to concatenate only the feet. Only feet we have to concatenate. So we have to remove the inches. Now if you can check, presently in this case we got 1 feet. But the moment once we have given some other value, for example I am going to give like 13 instead of 12, so we are automatically getting the full value, that is 1 feet and 1 inches. So we can also write any other custom logic. For example, whenever it is 1, it has to just display 1 inch, not inches, right? So we can also keep such a logic if required. So we can just add like else if inches is equal to 1, then we can add one more, that is instead of inches it has to concatenate like inch. So we can write any number of condition. This is what the meaning of the logic whatever we are writing in the feet, the pipe. So we are getting the output, that is okay, is inches is equal to 1 feet and 1 inches. Let me check. Inches is equal to 1. The condition not executed correctly. Let me refresh. 1 feet and 1 inch it has to show. Let me print the console.log of inches. Whenever we got some problem of getting wrong output, we can display the value in the console.log so that we have some evidence. Yes, we got 1. Okay, whenever the inches value is equal to 1, then we are going to assign so and so feet and inches inch, else yes. Okay, there may be some problem. So it is going to display this value like this. Suppose we are providing the inches value maybe 14, then it is displaying 2 inches. Okay, so this is how we prepare the custom pipes. We have created 2 custom pipes. One is the length converter, which is converting the inches into feet, and other one is converting the monthly salary into annual salary. Like this we have understood how to create the custom pipes, and there is one more step to understand: how to pass custom arguments to the custom pipes. By default, whatever the property we have applied for the pipe, the property value by default will go as a value argument to the custom pipe transfer method. But I want to pass some additional value to the transfer method. For example, in the date predefined pipe, date format we are passing, right? In the slice we are passing the starting index and ending index, right? So in some pipes there is a requirement of passing additional values to the particular pipe as an argument. So how do we pass and how do we receive that value? How do we do some process based on that? Let us try to understand in the custom pipe example. So here, if you can have a requirement, sometimes you want to display and sometimes you want to display some symbol like and symbol. So whichever the value you want to display here in this place, that you want to pass from here. So we can pass, that is length converter colon, we can pass some symbol, for example ampersand symbol, right? This ampersand symbol will be passed as argument here, args. Okay, this args is nothing but the argument value what are passing here, that value we can concatenate here. Args we can concatenate. Okay, so let me give the same for this. Okay, we have given the concatenation properly, check it. Inches plus double quotes inches. Okay, so this is I think correct. So whatever arguments we have, that value is being displayed here. Now instead of printing like a and it is printing the ampersand symbol. So whichever the symbol you would like to display, that we can concatenate in the HTML file. For example, I want to print some hash symbol or comma or space, whatever, we can just provide that same is going to be displaying here. So this is how we pass arguments and utilize that argument value in the corresponding pipe. Okay, so what you can recollect from this, so pipe is used to do some value conversion. For example, it is receiving some value and doing the conversion and printing the corresponding output. This is what the duty of the pipe. And the custom pipes development we have seen, the custom pipe is used to convert the value. Let me show one more example on custom pipe. So we have uppercase and lowercase predefined pipes already we know, but I want to convert something like title case. For example, first letter capital, remaining letters are lowercase. So this is my requirement. So how do we do the same as title case? So let's understand the title case pipe development. NGG pipe, title case is name of the pipe. Name of the pipe, what you can see, title case. So it has created a class called title case pipe. If you can check there, we have title case pipe. So this title case pipe is already having export keyword and the same will be part of the module here. See, have a look once. The title case class is being imported from so and so file, that is title case pipe. The same class is going to be part of the declaration section of the app module over here, which means that we are eligible to use the pipe called title case in the entire module. So in this one, we have a method called transform method, and it's having value argument. So I would like to convert the first letter as capital. So where first letter is equal to value of 0. What do you mean by value of 0 here? It must be string. The input must be string. Value of 0 will be a single character. So that value of 0 should be converted as a uppercase and remaining letters is equal to value dot substring of 1 dot to lowercase. So final is equal to first letter plus remaining letters. So let's understand with an example how this solves. For example, the input is Harsha. So I want to convert H caps. Here, how do we get only the single character like H? To get it, we are going to say value of 0. Okay, so the value of 0 indicates the exact first letter, that is H. Okay, so this H value must be converted into uppercase, right? So the converted H, capital H, is being stored inside the variable called first letter. Okay, that's leave it. And value dot substar of 1, which means that substring of 1 except the 0th character, the starting from index number 1, all these value we are getting, that is ARSHEA. This part we are going to get, and that is going to be converting into lowercase. So of course already it is lowercase, that is being concatenated here. So first letter plus remaining letters is equal to H caps remaining normal. So that is going to be written as a final. So let's apply this title case to any file. For example, we have a city name. For example, city is equal to, so for example, Mumbai. I am providing the value Mumbai. This is by default in lowercase. I would like to convert the same into title case. So in order to do so, just we are going to add the TR. New TR is being added. So custom type, that is title case. We are going to display the city as it is. Presently this city value as it is being displayed, that is Mumbai in completely lowercase. So here whatever we have assigned as it is, we will get. For example, I am giving fully lowercase. So the fully lowercase value is being displayed there. But I want to convert the same into title case. In order to do so, what are we trying to do? In the HTML file, we are going to write title case. Here title case is a custom pipe that we have created already, and we are going to invoke the particular custom pipe by using its name. What is the name of this pipe? Title case. So this case C must be caps as mentioned here. So finally the city value is being converted into title case. Irrespective of the original case, whether it is maybe lowercase or uppercase or whatever, it is being converted into the title case. So we have completed this custom pipe development also. Okay. So let's do some enhancements in this particular menu bar. Maybe for example, so whenever we are going to change the particular page, for example home page or about page or contact page, whichever we have selected, the corresponding item should be highlighted with some different style, maybe bold or color should be changed, something. Presently as we are in the home page, the home should be highlighted. So in order to do so, what we have to try to do is that go to the styles.css file, add a class called current menu item or active menu item. We are going to add a class called active menu item, which means the color should be yellow color, for example. So active menu item class we have created right now, it is going to be yellow color. We are going to apply this active menu item class dynamically to this. Statically, if we can apply, for example, if you go to the app.component.html and go to the home component, for example, we are applying here, that is active menu item. If we can apply statically, what happens is by default it is going to apply. Let's apply this important, otherwise Bootstrap is overwriting our own setting. So okay, active menu item, color equal to yellow, important. So we are going to apply this class, but it is going to apply the color equal to yellow, but the problem is it is statical. That means even though we go to about or contact or register, whatever, it is not changing, it is constantly being applied. Now what I would like to try to do is that I want to change this automatically depending on the requirement. So let's do it. So instead of giving the color equal to yellow or whatever as a constant, we are going to store this value inside a property of a service. So let's create a service first of all. ng service, we are going to create a service called menu service. So in the previous lessons we have understood how to create a service. Service is a class which contains some reusable methods. Whenever you feel that okay, this property or this method may be reusable among multiple components or globally, you can store that particular global properties or global methods inside a service, and we can inject the same service from anywhere, so that you will be able to access the same property or same method from any component. That's what exactly we are trying to do here. Here we have to apply the color dynamically, right? The color is going to be applying dynamically, and we can change that particular color value dynamically from any component, from the home component, from about, from anywhere. So that's why we have taken the services here. So the name of the service that we have taken is menu service. So the menu service is having, there is a menu service. Yeah, so the menu service is having a property called color property. So menu item color is the name of the property, is a string data type. By default it is going to be white color, so the default value we are providing like white, and it should be able to be changed. So this menu service must be injected into the app component. So go to your app component development. Inside this we are going to inject @inject menu service, and then we are going to provide this menu service here. Instead of giving like a hard coded yellow, we are providing menu service dot menu item color. So this menu item service, this menu item color is being applied here dynamically. Okay. So we are applying the menu item color dynamically. Otherwise we are going to set like style dot color is equal to this particular value. So this menu item color is being assigned into the style.color property, and you would like to change it anywhere. For example, in home you want the yellow color, in about you want the white color, whatever. So whenever we have entered into the home, in the home component, we have to inject here, right? So @inject of menu service, and we are going to maintain this as a private member. So we are going to update this dot menu service dot menu item color is equal to yellow. We are going to update this as yellow. In the about component, here also we are going to inject @inject of menu service private menu service is of which type menu service. Here we are going to maintain this as a yellow color. So in the all the components we can fulfill the code. In the every component, the home component yellow color for the home menu item, for the about, for the contact, for respective menu components we have to add the service and we have to set the color. So finally what happens is, if you can update the code for all the predefined menu items, the respective menu item will have respective color. So this is all about how to apply the color to the particular menu item dynamically. So today mainly we have understood about the predefined pipes, like yesterday we have understood about uppercase, lowercase, number and date. Today we have understood about slice and JSON, and also mainly we have concentrated on custom pipes. 2 or 3 custom pipes we have created. So this is all about the pipes development. In the next class we are going to understand the further next topic. Thank you.
Welcome everyone for today's session. It's another week where we are going to talk about the TCS assessment pattern. So as TCS is going to conduct a drive across AP, you will be notified about the places, the dates and all these important elements of information. Today I'm going to talk about the email writing for one last time. You will be notified about the next topic tomorrow. Before I begin, just to give you a brief, TCS is going to conduct a drive. This is for the new recruitment process that's going to begin. You will have 2 stages of selection. The first one is an online assessment. The second segment is the second stage is the interview round. Now, when we talk about the online assessment, you will have 4 categories, and when we talk about interviews, you will have HR round and technical round. You need to clear the online assessment in order to qualify for the interview round, to be called for the interview. So you need to finish and you need to write accurately the entire online assessment, and there are 4 categories, and all the 4 categories you need to clear. Even if you disqualify in one of the rounds or one of the sections, you will be disqualified. So the online test has 4 different sections. The first one is email writing. Then you have quantitative aptitude, then you have multiple choice question on C programming language, and then you have coding test. You will have 1 email to be written with a time limit of 10 minutes. You will have 20 questions for quantitative aptitude with a time limit of 40 minutes. Multiple choice question on programming language C, you will have 10 questions to be finished in 20 minutes. And the coding test, which is a descriptive one, you need to write a program code which can be executed without an error. Only 1 such question with a time permitted as 20 minutes.
If you look at the quantitative aptitude, it says number of star mark questions is 2. Just focus here. 2 questions which is star marked. What it basically means is the entire assessment will have negative marking, and this is applicable only for quantitative aptitude. There will be a negative mark of 0.33% for every wrong response. However, the 2 questions which is marked as star, you will lose double the points in case if it's incorrect, but you will also score double the marks if you answer it correct, which means the star mark questions have 2 times more marks. So if your answer is correct, you will score double. If your answer is incorrect, you will lose double. So which means it will become 0.66, negative 0.66. The topics that will be covered for quantitative aptitude is probability, permutation and combination, time and distance, time and work, equations, ratios and proportions, allocations or mixtures, series and progression, average, percentage, profit and loss, problems on ages, areas, shapes and perimeter, number system, HCF and LCM, reasoning. As far as the email is concerned, I will show you a sample. I had been talking about sample every single day, but sadly not a single person has responded on the comment section of YouTube. So the email do's which you need to keep in mind: read the topic carefully and read and understand the keywords or key phrases mentioned. Use each and every keyword phrases mentioned in the topic. Even if you miss one of the keywords, the email will be invalid. Ensure the keywords are used in the same form as mentioned. You cannot change the tense or the verb form. Keywords should be mentioned in the sequence as mentioned in the topic. Every new paragraph should start when there is a change in thought group. So you will have introduction, you will have the body, and then you will have the summary. So each of these thought groups, there will be a new paragraph, and new paragraph will start with a fresh line. Another set of do's which you need to keep in mind: your entire email should be left indent. Please do not leave a gap when you start a new paragraph on the left. Usually we have the tendency of leaving a gap. Please don't do that. Use the receiver's name and sender's name as mentioned in the topic. You should not change either of the names if it's already mentioned in the topic. The email should start with a greeting, hello, salutation, and also close with thanks and regards, or thanks or regards, and you should mention the sender's name in the next line. The entire email should be written within 10 minutes, and you should click on the submit button before the 10-minute time is up. Even if you click on the button at the 10th minute, you will not be able to submit it. So please don't take a risk. Please finish writing the email within 6 to 7 minutes. Spend a couple of more minutes to revise and make changes and corrections, and please click on the submit button even before the clock shows 10 minutes is up. Every email will be given with a set of instruction. The instruction will also carry the number of words the email should have. Please make sure your email is exceeding those number of words. For example, if it says 50 words, your email should be 50 and above. Even if it's 49, you will get disqualified. Here are certain don'ts. Do not miss even a single keyword or phrase which is mentioned in the topic. Do not change the tense or the verb form of the email of the keywords which is mentioned. Do not address the receiver as hi. Hi is very casual. Either use hello or use respected or use dear wherever it's applicable. Do not make any spelling, grammar or punctuation mistakes because you will lose points. Please make sure you don't exceed the 10-minute mark, and please do not write the email below the prescribed number of words. Okay, so let me show one more example today. Here is number 4 and 5 is what I'm going to complete today. After that, we'll be done with email writing today. As a tourist who has taken a package tour, write an email to the travel agent, Mr. Kumar, which means Mr. Kumar is the recipient, highlighting that the hotel is far from what was promised. Sign the email as Ahmed. So Ahmed is the sender. So Ahmed has taken Ahmed has taken a package tour from Mr. Kumar, but during the entire travel, they figured that the service is not good. So that's why they're writing an email. The outline or the keyword should be package tour, promise, 3-star, unclean, shocked, professional, customer service, disappointed, shift, expectation, facilities, help. Here are the instructions. It is compulsory to use all the specific words mentioned in the outline in your email. You can add other sentences of your choice as appropriate. The name of the sender and receiver should be as given. The email must contain a minimum of 50 words or it will not be evaluated at all. If the outline is strictly not followed, including specific words used or correct English, which means correct grammar and spelling is not used, the grade in this section will be poor, which means you will lose marks. So here is your question in red font, and the green font are the keywords. Please make a note of this. I'm going to pause. Make a note of this, then I will tell you how to write this email. I'll quickly check. So you have the comment section here. In case if you're watching this on YouTube, you can click here and type your question. So whatever questions you have with regards to email writing for TCS, please post your questions here. I will answer your questions. Okay, so let me copy this and I'm going to write the email now. Okay. Since I'm using a title, I will use a full stop and there should be a space. If I don't use a space, I will lose points in terms of punctuation. The name should start with capital letter. Okay, so here is the entire email. Mr. Kumar, now the question said the email should be written to Mr. Kumar. The sender is Ahmed. So here is the entire email. If you see, I have an introduction, then there is the body, and then there is summary. So basically I have written in 3 paragraphs, and every time I am changing paragraph I am coming to a new line. The entire email is left indent. If you leave a gap like this is incorrect. So please make sure you don't leave a gap. Now let's quickly check the word count. The word count is 101, 101. The question said it should be 50. I have written 101, 101 words, which is absolutely perfect. Now we need to check if we have used all the keywords or not. The first one is package tour, promise, 3-star, unclean, shocked, unprofessional, customer service, disappointed. I have used disappointed here as well, so which is fine. Shift, expectation, facilities and help. Facilities, help. So I've used all the keywords which is mentioned in the topic. Now let's read it. Hello Mr. Kumar, this is with regards to the package tour I've taken from you. I'm very disappointed and want to inform you that the service is not as per what the promise was. As per the package, comma, then space. The accommodation is a 3-star hotel, but we were given a low quality hotel. The room was unclean and I was shocked to see absolutely unprofessional customer service. I am very disappointed with the whole package and I want to shift to another hotel as this is below my expectation. Please make sure the facilities are, see I made a mistake here, are as what the promise, please make sure the facilities are as what promised, what was promised, and please help in this regard. Regards, Ahmed. So you don't have to use a comma here after the name, you don't have to use a comma after regards, not needed. The name starts with capital letter. After full stop, the sentence starts with capital letter. Every new paragraph starts with a new line and first letter capital. After comma, there is a space. So punctuation wise, grammar wise, structure wise, spelling wise, no mistakes. So this is a perfect email. Okay. So you need to keep in mind that you write the entire email in left indent. You don't make a space like this. It's incorrect. Even the summary, the closure is also left indent. Okay. Now let's look at example number 5, which is our last one. I'm going to read, then I'm going to pause so that you can make a note of it. As a member of your residential society, write an email to your inspector of local police station, Mr. Sharma, informing him about the miscreants who ride their bikes rashly every evening outside your society. Sign the email as William. The keywords are residential, rashly, children, play, elderly, walk, grocery shop, across the road, dangerous, accidents, nuisance, action, immediately. Okay, one person has sent an email. Wow. Posted on the comment section. This message is from Lakshmi Ganesh Vemuri, who asks how to send email to government institutions about clarifying doubts about how to join those institutions. I will quickly tell you how to write this email. Lakshmi Ganesh Memory, don't worry, I'm going to reply to that. Before I respond to the particular question, here is your sample number 5. Please make a note of this. I'm going to quickly write this particular email and then I will help the person who asked the question. These are the keywords. Now I need to write this email to the local police station and the inspector's name is Mr. Sharma and the sender's name is William. Alright. Since I'm writing it to a government official, I can use the word respected. So this is my introduction. Okay, so here's my entire email. Let me quickly check if I've used more than 50 words. the word count is 105, which means I've used more than double. Now let's read it. Respected Inspector Sharma, I am a resident of GB Towers in Vijayawada and I am writing to you to bring to your notice about the problems we are facing. The society is a residential area for more than 100 families. There is a severe problem of young boys who ride their bikes very rashly every evening. There are children who go out to play and elderly people who are out for their evening walk. We also have residents going out to grocery shop across the road. The whole situation is very dangerous as accidents could happen. Please address this problem to stop the nuisance and take action immediately. Regards, William. Now, have I used all the keywords? Let's quickly check. First one is residential area. Ride rashly. Children play, elderly, walk, grocery, shop, across the road. Now this is a phrase. Dangerous, accidents, nuisance, action, immediately. So I've used all the keywords. The entire email is left indent. Okay, so I made sure there are no punctuation mistakes, there are no grammar mistakes, and every information is correctly mentioned here. Okay, so that was the last sample, and the email is subjected to Inspector Sharma. That is what the question said, and it's signed off as William as per the topic. Okay, so I hope this was helpful. Now let's quickly go to these two questions. How to send email to government institution about clarifying doubt about how to join in those institutions. If I understand your question correctly, Mr. Lakshmi Ganesh, I think you are asking about a job. I hope you are asking about joining as an employee of these government organizations and not at an educational institution. Okay, so whenever you have a situation like this, always address the receiver as respected sir, madam. Now you don't know what gender the person is, so it's good to write sir and madam both with a slash. I would like to join your esteemed organization. Now, another person has asked a similar question, how to send a CV in an email. Now, whenever you're sending a CV or a resume on an email, it should have a cover letter. So this can act as a cover letter as well. Next paragraph. Please find attached my resume. It's not resume, it's resume. Before that, you can just mention a little bit of introduction. I'm a science graduate. With specialization in, you can mention something specifics. I'm a science graduate with specialization in microprocessor from Andhra University. I completed my engineering in 2017 and I am seeking employment in a reputed government department. Please find attached my resume, which has the details of my academic and personal information. Okay. I look forward to hear back from you. Thanking you in advance. Warm regards. And to change the spelling, just mention your name. So you have first name, middle name and last name. So all these should start with capital letter. Okay. The person who asked about Vamshi, how we send CV in an email, it should have a cover letter. So this is like a cover letter as well. Okay. So let me zoom it a little bit. So here is your email. Alright, very simple, very short. You gave your introduction a little bit and you also said your resume is attached. Okay. Tarun is asking how send marketing works in email. I don't understand what that means. Tarun, please rephrase your question. Your question is not clear. I'm not understanding when you say how send marketing works in email. I'm not quite clear what it means. Okay. So please ask your question again. Please phrase it properly so that I can understand and respond to your question. First two folks who asked the question, Lakshmi Ganesh Vemuri and Vamshi, this is the answer. I hope this is helpful. If you still have any questions, feel free to post in the comment section. Even after the live session is over, I will take a look at it and I will provide you with the answer. So even after the live session is over, now we have live chat. After the session is over, the comment section in the bottom of the YouTube program will get enabled. So you can post your questions there. I'm very happy that 3 people who asked questions today. So the last person, Tarun, your question is not quite clear. So please ask your question again and I will provide you with the answer. Okay. So I hope this was somewhat helpful. Whatever questions you have, please post on the YouTube comment section. I'll take a look and I will provide you with the answer. Okay. So I hope to see you tomorrow, and tomorrow I'll give you more details about this entire TCS placement drive. Thank you so much for watching. You have a great day. Bye-bye.
Hello everyone, welcome to Aptitude Foundation course presented by APSS3C. In the earlier session, we were discussing the types of tests the companies used to conduct. Am I right? So the first one, obviously, it was numerical reasoning test and abstract reasoning test and spatial reasoning test. Of course, apart from all these things, today we are going to discuss most important tests which are used by most of the companies. Now have a look at the screen. So there is something called cognitive reasoning test. Alright, what's the difference between cognitive reasoning test and other tests? It is so simple. It's going to be, here you're going to get a series of multiple choice questions, and it is a combination of all the test types which we have discussed yesterday. I mean, numerical reasoning, verbal reasoning, abstract reasoning, spatial reasoning, all together is nothing but cognitive reasoning test. Alright, so we are going to discuss what are the tricks to pass your cognitive reasoning test, it is so simple. First and foremost, it is going to be fast and accurate calculations. Guys, as I told you yesterday, it is going to be, it is going to be bit hard when it comes to time management. See, if there is no time management antu ledu, time bound antu ledu ante, then it's going to be easy. Alright, you can solve a question within 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and it goes on. Alright, but as I told you, approximately you have to solve a question within 45 seconds. That is what we were discussing yesterday. So to solve this question within 45 seconds, your calculations, మీ యొక్క calculations అనేది చాలా accurate గాను, correct గాను, చాలా fast గాను ఉండాలి. Am I right? Have a look at the second point, which is practice aptitude test online. See, as I told you, the companies now they're going to conduct the test through online only. Pen and paper test అనే కాన్సెప్ట్ ఇకపైన ఉండదు మీకు. ఆల్రైట్, ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ సి డైరెక్ట్ గా ఎగ్జామ్ కి వెళ్ళి అక్కడ మీరు ఒక లెట్స్ సే మీకు ఒక 30 క్వశ్చన్స్ మీకు ఇచ్చి ఆల్రైట్ 40 minutes లో మిమ్మల్ని సాల్వ్ చేయమని చెప్తే ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి హార్డ్ వితౌట్ ప్రాక్టీస్. ఐ రైట్? ఈ 30 questions 40 minutes వితౌట్ ప్రాక్టీస్, ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి హార్డ్. సో యూ హ్యావ్ టు ప్రాక్టీస్ లాట్స్ ఆఫ్ ఆన్లైన్ టెస్ట్, అండ్ దెర్ ఆర్ లాట్స్ ఆఫ్ ఆన్లైన్ టెస్ట్ విచ్ ఆర్ అవైలబుల్ for free in the internet. Alright, look at the third point, get all the tools right. So what does mean by get all the tools right? It is so simple. It's nothing but your pencil, pen, if you're while you're practicing calculator, and remember, most of the exams, companies, they're not going to allow you to solve the questions with the help of calculator. Am I right? So please don't use calculator during the examinations, but for the practice, calculator is must, like you can have. So you need to have the proper white paper, pen, pencil, and etc. before you sit for the practice. And look at the fourth point, what you need to do, and practice more tests. See, as I told you, అన్ని మీకు చాలా వెబ్సైట్స్ లో మీకు ఆన్లైన్ టెస్ట్ అనేది ఫ్రీగా అవైలబుల్ ఉంటుంది. Am I right? So try to practice as many tests as you can. Alright, let's look at the next point. It is going to be comfortable environment for practice. See, I can see students, who are preparing for the on-campus drive, they used to practice, talking to their friends and WhatsApp చేస్తూ, phone లో మెసేజ్ చేస్తూ, phone మాట్లాడుతూ, TV చూస్తూ. I can see lots of students who are doing that. Please don't do that. While you're practicing aptitude, you need to spend some dedicated time. Dedicated time ante, see, 30 minutes మీరు daily practice చేయాలనుకుంటే you have to dedicate the 30 minutes. Alright, please don't use your mobile phone, please don't watch TV, don't do any other activities. There are a few students whom I know, they used to wear the headset and they used to listen the music and then only they'll practice. No, please don't do that. Alright, even if you're practicing for 30 minutes, even for 20 minutes, that is okay. Alright, మీరు ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ లో ఉన్నారు కాబట్టి 20 minutes మీరు ప్రాక్టీస్ చేసినా దట్ ఇస్ మోర్ దెన్ ఎనఫ్. బట్ ఆ 20 minutes అనేది మీరు డెడికేట్ చేయాలి టైం ని. ఆల్రైట్, డోంట్ లిసన్ టు మ్యూజిక్, డోంట్ డూ ఎనీథింగ్ వైల్ యూర్ సాల్వింగ్ ద టెస్ట్. ఆల్రైట్, లెట్స్ సీ అదర్ tricks which are right. Don't get a friend to sit with you, to sit your aptitude test for you. Exactly. See, usual ga group discussion or concept ఉంటుంది where you sit, where you discuss and do. Right, see, this is not a group discussion. Please keep it in your mind, this is an aptitude test where you're not supposed to discuss with anyone. See, one question paper will be given to one student, whereas you have to do it on your own. So you are not supposed to discuss with anyone, and even you're practicing, I suggest you to go alone. Alright, so please don't sit with anyone. Please don't sit with anyone, and please don't discuss and practice. Alright, just look at the second point. It's going to be read the guideline or instructions provided before sitting your assessment. In the sense, see, for example, మీరు ఒక కంపెనీ డ్రైవ్ అటెండ్ అవుతున్నారు. ఆల్రైట్, లెట్స్ సే ఎనీ కంపెనీ XYZ ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. సి XYZ కంపెనీకి దేర్ ఇన్స్ట్రక్షన్స్ ఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు బి డిఫరెంట్. సి ఇట్ డజంట్ మీన్, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, ఇప్పుడు స్టేట్ లో 10th class ఎగ్జామ్స్ రాస్తున్నారంటే స్టేట్ వైడ్ ఏ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ లో అయినా ఇన్స్ట్రక్షన్స్ సేమ్, నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ క్వశ్చన్స్ ఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు బి సేమ్. ఐ రైట్? బట్ ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇక్కడ ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే కంపెనీస్ దే యూస్ టు హ్యావ్ డిఫరెంట్. సి కొన్ని companies, as I told you, they'll give 20-30 questions and they'll give 80 minutes time. Alright, and some companies, they'll give 40 questions and they'll ask you to solve this particular 40 questions within 15 minutes time. And some companies, they'll give you 74 questions and they'll ask you to solve within 74 minutes. Alright, so this and all, here if you see the time taken, the time taken to solve for one particular question is more than 2 minutes. Am I right? It's more than 2 minutes. E particular ప్లేస్లో చూసారంటే 40 questions 15 minutes. Alright, approximately like 1 minute. Alright, 1 minute or more, just like 1 minute 10 seconds అలా మీరు తీసుకోవచ్చు. సో when it comes to this particular third one, 74 questions 74 minutes. సో ఇలాంటి టైంలో దానికి మీనింగ్ ఏంటంటే వెరీ సింపుల్, ఈ 74 questions ని మీరు 74 minutes in the sense just 1 minute. Alright, మీరు నన్ను అడిగారంటే 1 minute సరిపోతుందా అంటే of course you, as I told you, like you have to solve the question within 45 seconds. Alright, 45 seconds, this is how it works. Next point, if you read, don't get bogged down on a question. Don't get bogged down on a question అంటే very simple. See, let's say మనం టెస్ట్ స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాం, ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ ఉంటుంది. ఆల్రైట్, ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్కి మనకు ఆన్సర్ రాదు. సో మెజారిటీ ఆఫ్ ద స్టూడెంట్స్ చేసే మిస్టేక్ ఏంటంటే ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్కి ఆన్సర్ రాకపోతే అంతే, దే విల్ నాట్ గో టు ద సెకండ్ క్వశ్చన్ అండ్ థర్డ్ ఫోర్త్ ఫిఫ్త్ అంతే. దే విల్ సిట్ ఇన్ ద ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ అండ్ ఆన్సర్ వచ్చేంత వరకు ఆ క్వశ్చన్ సాల్వ్ చేస్తుంటారు. వెరస్ ద probability of getting selected, the probability of passing in that particular test is very less. Alright, if you bogged down in a question. Alright, so you have to move on. Alright, first రాలేదు అంటే సే మీకు ఛాన్స్ ఉంటుంది. సి ఎనీ యాప్టిట్యూడ్ క్వశ్చన్, లెట్స్ సే మీకు ఒక 50 క్వశ్చన్స్ ఇచ్చి మిమ్మల్ని కంపెనీస్ మిమ్మల్ని టెస్ట్ రాయమని చెప్తే కట్ ఆఫ్ 15 ఉండదు. ఆల్రైట్, ఇట్ డిపెండ్స్. ఇంటర్నల్ కట్ ఆఫ్ అనేది కంపెనీ పాలసీస్ తగ్గట్టు ఉంటుంది. ఆల్రైట్, సో దే మైట్ కీప్ 35, దే మైట్ కీప్ 40. సో 50 out of 50 అనేది ఉండకపోవచ్చు. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ మీకు ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ రావట్లేదు అంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ బెటర్ ఇఫ్ యూ మూవ్ ఆన్ టు ద సెకండ్ క్వశ్చన్ అండ్ ట్రై టు సాల్వ్ ద అదర్ క్వశ్చన్స్ యాజ్ సూన్ యాజ్ పాసిబుల్. మీరు ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్కి వచ్చేసి మళ్ళీ మీకు టైం ఉండేటప్పుడు మీరు ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్కి వచ్చి దాన్ని సాల్వ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. అండ్ నెక్స్ట్ పాయింట్, డోంట్ గెస్ వైల్డ్లీ. ఇట్ ఈస్ సో సింపుల్. సి మీరు క్వశ్చన్ సాల్వ్ చేసేటప్పుడు చాలా వరకు నేను చూసేది ఏంటంటే రైట్ 10 ఉండొచ్చు, లేదు అప్రాక్సిమేట్లో ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 10, 12, 14, 16 అని మీకు 4 ఆప్షన్స్ ఉంది. ఆల్రైట్, మీ ఆన్సర్ సంథింగ్ అరౌండ్ 8కో 9కో ఉంటే 10 అని. Alright, don't do that. Don't guess. I want you people to solve. Alright, పెన్ అండ్ పేపర్తో మీరు క్వశ్చన్ చూసి సాల్వ్ చేసి ఆన్సర్ తీసుకొచ్చినప్పుడు మాత్రమే అది ఎగ్జాక్ట్ ఆన్సర్ ఉంటుంది. జస్ట్ హ్యావ్ ద నెక్స్ట్ వన్, గెట్ యూజ్డ్ టు వర్కింగ్ ఆన్ ఎ పేపర్. As well as spend a few seconds familiarizing yourself with the graph pie chart table. Alright, see, ఇది మనం previous session లో discuss చేసినట్లే. See, there is a test called a numerical reasoning test. Alright, numerical reasoning లో it is going to be full of graphs, pie charts, tables ఇలా మీకు ఉంటుంది. ఆల్రైట్, సో ఇట్ ఈస్ బెటర్ ఇఫ్ యూ స్పెండ్ సమ్ టైమ్. ఆల్రైట్, క్వశ్చన్ని కంప్లీట్గా చదవకుండానే ఆన్సర్స్కి వెళ్ళి సాల్వ్ చేసి తీసుకురావడం అనేది ఇట్స్ కంప్లీట్లీ అ మిస్టేక్. ఆల్రైట్, అండ్ నెక్స్ట్ వన్ ఇస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి గెట్ యూజ్డ్ టు వర్కింగ్ ఆన్ ఎ పేపర్. ఎస్, అఫ్ కోర్స్, లైక్ సి మీ టెస్ట్ ఆన్లైన్లో ఉన్నా, ఆల్రైట్, రిమెంబర్ మీ టెస్ట్ మీరు ఆన్లైన్లో తీసుకుంటున్నా మీరు ప్రాక్టీస్ మాత్రం పెన్ అండ్ పేపర్లో మాత్రమే చేస్తారు. రఫ్ వర్క్ చెప్తున్నాను. ఆల్రైట్, మీరు ఎన్ని క్వశ్చన్స్ మీరు ఆన్లైన్లో సాల్వ్ చేస్తున్నా, ఆన్లైన్లో సాల్వ్ ఏం చేస్తారు, క్వశ్చన్ ఉంటుంది ఫాలోడ్ బై ఆప్షన్ ఏ, బి, సిడి ఆప్షన్స్ ఉంటుంది. ఆల్రైట్, ఈ ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ మీరు సాల్వ్ చేయాలి అంటే దీన్ని మీరు సాల్వ్ చేస్తారు, కంప్యూటర్ పైన స్క్రీన్ పైన మీకు సాల్వ్ చేయడానికి మీకు ఛాన్స్ ఉండదు. ఐ రైట్, మీరు వైట్ పేపర్లో దాన్ని సాల్వ్ చేసుకొని ఆ తర్వాత ఆన్సర్ మాత్రమే స్క్రీన్లో పెడతారు. ఇజంట్ ఇట్? సో దిస్ ఇస్ హౌ ఇట్ వర్క్స్. దీస్ ఆర్ ద కీ పాయింట్స్ విచ్ యూ నీడ్ టు హ్యావ్. ఆల్రైట్, guys, so let's have a short break. There's some technical problems going on, or let's have a short break. I'll get back to you. Hello, welcome back. So as we're discussing, so we have gone through certain points, tricks. In fact, points kuda kaadu. It's like a tricks. What are the important tricks, to crack their examination? Avuna. So ee cognitive test anedi employers ki ela use avutundi. Employees ante evaraithe mix jobs istunaro, companies ni mana employers antunam. Am I right? Just have a look at the screen. What are the benefits of the employers? So ee benefits enti anedi telusukovali. So measure work related cognitive capacity. So మీ యొక్క కెపాసిటీని తెలుసుకోవడానికి ఈ పర్టికులర్ టెస్ట్ అనేది యూజ్ చేస్తారు. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైమ్ ప్రెడిక్ట్ క్యాండిడేట్ ఫ్యూచర్ పర్ఫార్మెన్స్, మీరు ఎలా ఫ్యూచర్లో పర్ఫార్మ్ చేస్తారో దాన్ని తెలుసుకోవడానికి. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైమ్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్లీ కంపెనీ ఒక ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మీరు జాయిన్ అవుతున్నారు మీరు జాయిన్ అయ్యి మీ పర్ఫార్మెన్స్ ఎలా ఉంటుంది అనేది కూడా ఈ టెస్ట్ ద్వారానే తెలుసుకోవడానికి వాళ్ళకి ఛాన్సెస్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది. నెక్స్ట్ చూసంటే ఆబ్జెక్టివ్లీ కంపేర్ పొటెన్షియల్ ఆఫ్ ద క్యాండిడేట్స్. ఒక 100 మెంబర్స్ ఈ టెస్ట్, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఈ టెస్ట్ ని ఒక 100 మెంబర్స్ రాస్తున్నారంటే కంపారిజన్, ఐ మీన్ ఎవరు బెటర్గా ఉన్నారు. ఆబ్వియస్లీ అన్ని కంపెనీస్ కి క్రీమ్ స్టూడెంట్సే కావాలని చెప్పి చూస్తారు, ఐ రైట్. సో వాళ్ళ ఎబిలిటీస్ కూడా వాళ్ళ స్టాండర్డ్స్ కూడా హై లెవెల్లో ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి స్టూడెంట్స్ యొక్క స్టాండర్డ్స్ కూడా వాళ్ళ పర్ఫార్మెన్స్ కూడా హై లెవెల్లో ఉండాలని వాళ్ళు ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేస్తారు. సో దీనికి బాగా యూజ్ అవుతుంది. నెక్స్ట్ పాయింట్ మీరు చూసారంటే